the committee secretary to recognize the new resource persons who just attended today. Before
Manalangin tayo. Panginoong Diyos, itinataas namin ang iyong pangalan. Pinapupurihan at pinasasalamatan ka namin sa lahat ng iyong mga ginawa at pagpapala. Salamat sa panibagong araw na ipinagkaloob mo sa amin. At sa oras na ito na kami ay muling natipon. Gabayan ninyo po kami sa aming mga gawain. Bigyan mo po kami ng talino at lakas upang magampanan po namin ang aming mga tungkulin. Buksan mo po ito sa aming buhay at sa pagtulong sa aming kapwa. Ikaw po nawa ang maluwalhati sa lahat ng aming katagumpayan sa araw na ito. Ito lamang po ang aming dalangin sa pangalan ni Jesus.
Kindly sit down, please. These people are here for the first time, Mr. Chairman. From the Bureau of Customs, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Yogi Filibon Ruiz, Acting Commissioner. He is accompanied by Attorney Teddy Sandy S. Raval, Deputy Commissioner, Enforcement Group, Attorney Edward James D. Buco, Deputy Commissioner, Assessment and Operations Coordinating Group, Attorney Salvador Gregorio Largosa. From the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, Mr. Chairman, the Deputy Government Corporate Counsel, OIC, is represented by Attorney Manuel F. Santos Jr., Government Corporate Attorney, and Attorney Christine Camille De Vera Baguio, Government Corporate Attorney. From the Philippine International Trading Corporation, Ms. Amy Liza Perez Chong, President and CEO, and Ms. Josefina Batin Ocampo, OIC Department Manager, Management Services. Those are the new ones, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Antiveros recognized.
Call the Executive Secretary and to require his presence during the next hearing, which is this morning. That motion was seconded, Mr. Chair. No objection was interposed. So may I please know the status of the said motion, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Senator Antiveros. For the record, this representation was about to proceed with some administrative housekeeping matters. The good Executive Secretary will not be able to attend today's hearing because there is a cabinet meeting right now, 9 a.m. At the same time, while we are having this committee hearing. We will again issue another invitation for him to attend the next hearing. I agree that that was a manifestation, a motion made by Senator Risa Ontiveros and seconded by Senator De La Rosa. We scheduled the cabinet meeting today. Morning, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the Chair for his assurance that the Executive Secretary will be invited to the next meeting. Just for the record, Mr. Chair, regrettable na yung cabinet meeting of the Chair that he will be required to attend the next hearing. Or would it even be possible, Mr. Chair, to request, invite the Executive... Was he even invited pala, Mr. Chair? I don't see him as having been invited. Parang wala po sa guest list.
We invited him and I was informed last night through other sources that a cabinet meeting is forthcoming.
I understand,
So,
Mr. Chair.
We do that by in a different manner, not through the usual course of.
Mr. Chair, tulad ng iniutos ng Chair para sa Committee of Mr. Former Administrator Serafica in the first hearing, to invite the ES to follow to the hearing later today pagkatapos ng kanilang cabinet meeting. Posible kaya yon, Mr. Chair?
We attempt, just like the tailed end manifestation of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and the records will bear that out. subject to the availability of the good executive secretary. So the committee secretary is directed to make a follow-up invitation to the good executive secretary today, in case the cabinet meeting would be terminated earlier than the Blue Ribbon Committee hearing.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
The committee secretary is so directed. We proceed with the other administrative matters. Senator Raffy Tulfo requested the presence of the Bureau of Customs. I think the Bureau of Customs chief is here. Or Comsec, nandito ba siya?
Yes, Your Honor. He is
Thank
here,
you,
Your
thank
Honor,
you.
accompanied by 3 others.
Sirs. I was informed yesterday, for the record, that all the newly appointed SRA members were infected by COVID-19. All 3 of them. Nakakapagtaka naman, nagtataka kayo, nagtataka rin ako. So sabay-sabay sila nagka-COVID, but 2 of them would be attending online and 1 is quarantined in a farm without connectivity. Senator Amy Marcos likewise requested the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel to be invited. I think they are here right now. Number 6, Senator Ronald De La Rosa requested the Philippine International Trading Corporation, PITC, to be invited. I heard that they are here. And then that's about it. Committee Secretary, can you administer the oath?
Nod your head to say yes. Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, they all nodded their heads.
Again, before we proceed, let me flash on the screen some items that we have tackled before, which this committee would consider as established facts. I think we have 4 slides to show. Ito po yung napatunayan na, para nang sa ganon ay papunta na po tayo doon sa mga papatunayan pa. I have 5 slides here. Can we flash that on the screen now? Comsec? Can we flash that? Can you enlarge that? Para yung mga bagong dating na witnesses, resource persons would be guided accordingly, as well as the members of the committee, the Blue Ribbon Committee. So, next slide. Who is holding the slides? Pakita nga natin yung number 1. Number 1? Or are we now in number? Yes, number. So, ito po yung first hearing. Nagkaroon po tayo ng timeline na print naman, nabigay sa other members of the committee, the narration of dates by the Executive Secretary, Victor Rodriguez, the updates from the Agri Committee, etc., etc. So these are established. Can we have number 4? Number 4 are the established facts. Number 4. Next slide. Can we do this fast? Ito po, number 1. Pinaghalo-halo nyo yung slides, pati ako naguluhan. Dapat Comsec, nagre-rehearse din kayo. So, established tayo. Can we have number 1? Can we have number 1 again? Can we have the previous slide? Comsec, can you replace the one who is doing this slide roll? Parang hindi niya kabisado to. You are delaying the proceedings. Yeah. On July 15, established na natin to. July 15, E.S. Rodriguez issued a memorandum designating Yusek Sebastian. Meron na tayo niyan. We have the documents. The committee has the documents to show that. On July 29, the SRA submitted to the President BBM, a memorandum regarding the request for reclassification of C, or reserved sugar, to B. We have established that. May kopya tayo nun. Kung walang kopya, itong pinipresent natin ngayon, Comsec, can you provide this to the other members of the committee? Itong mga red lang, yung established, para hindi magulo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we go to number 4? In another meeting in Malacanang, this was also established, Yusek Sebastian informed ES, this is part of the timeline submitted by ES, as of August 3, SRA Board has already approved the reclassification of sugar from C to B. Number 5, on August 4, ES Rodriguez instructed SRA to submit an importation plan and draft sugar order for their proposed 300,000 metric tons. new round of importation. Tanggap na po yan. Establish na natin yan na nag-request for another 300,000. On August 5, Yusek Sebastian submitted to the Office of the President a memo for the second importation for 300,000. This has reference to number 5. Attached to the said memo is draft sugar order number 4, but no import plan was submitted, contrary to the directive of the Executive Secretary. Dandan lang. Number 7, the August 5 memo mentioned that the SRA Board shall meet to approve the recommended volume and that the attached draft sugar order is for reference and review of the President. Number 8, Yusek Sebastian sent a text message to E.S. Rodriguez on August 7 to follow up on OP. OP is Office of the President action on memo submitted. E.S. Rodriguez did not give an answer. That's established. Number 9, Yusek Sebastian together with then SRA Administrator si Rafica, who is here present, and SRA board member signed SO number 4 without waiting for any action or approval from the Office of the President. Yusek Sebastian, according to his sworn statement, was the last to sign SO number 4. Kaya yung mga resource person affidavits, ito na po yung na-establish natin. Number 10, SO number 4 was issued based on a referendum of then incumbent SRA board members and without a board meeting actually being conducted. Nag-referendum lang kayo. Papatunayan po ulit natin mamaya yan with a corroborative statement coming from the person, Mr. Antes, who was the one responsible for the referendum. Siya yung nag-ikot ng papel. Number 11, Yusek Sebastian affixed his customary signature over the task then and still now acting as the Agriculture Secretary. Established na yan. May dokumento tayo dyan. And these are public records. Number 12, the SRA Administrator, Mr. Serafica, who is here, admitted that he personally prepared SO number 4 together with his staff. Established na rin yan because the legal department and other assistant administrators were not aware of SO number 4 before. We go to number 13. Other SRA officials present in the 23 August 22 Blue Ribbon hearing last week confirmed that no consultations within the agency were made prior to the issuance of SO number 4. Number 14, President BBM disapproved SO number 4 on 10 August 2022. Public knowledge po yan, nasa dyaryo po yan. Number 15, SO number 4 was already published in the website of SRA. Po yan sa mga affidavits ninyo at nawala rin po sa website ng SRA. Number 16, Yusek Sebastian resigned on August 11. SRA Administrator Serapica resigned on August 10, 2022, which was accepted on August 15, and Board Member Attorney Beltran resigned on 14 August 2022. Former Board Member Beltran, is he here? Can you please be seated? Na-administer na naman yung oath mo. You were absent last time because of COVID, but or an ailment, but thank you for being present today. Can we go to number 17? On August 20, 2022, President BBM appointed a new administrator as well as 2 new board members, thereby replacing the entire SRA board. We invited them all. Yung 3 bagong appoint, nagka-COVID lahat. But 2 of them are virtually present. Number 18, the provisions of SO number 3 and number 4 are not identical. We established that. Those are public documents. SO number 3 speaks of non-assignment. SO number 4 speaks of assignment. SO number 3 speaks of performance bond. SO number 4 is silent on performance bond. We now go to number 19. On various dates, the Bureau of Customs, upon order of the President, conducted raids on sugar warehouses in different parts of the country. Bulacan, Subic, Pampanga, Silang Cavite, Bukidnon. Yan ang mga tatanungin sa inyo mamaya. BOC, please be prepared. Is there a number 19? Wala na? What do we intend to establish today? Can we go to that slide? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. the context and justification for issue SO number 4. Can we flash that on the screen? Can we flash that on the screen? Ito po yung gusto nating malaman ngayon. Itong 1, 2, 3, whether or not there was a genuine sugar shortage to justify SO. Number 3, whether or not the sugar industry personalities were misled to believe that the President wants SO4 to be issued to address a national emergency. And last 3 questions, kaya nandito yung OGCC, the legal authority to issue SO number 4. Can we have that slide? Can we have that slide? Number 1 question is whether or not Yusek Sebastian and other members of the SRA board had legal authority to issue SO4, although natanong na yan on last hearing. Number 2, whether or not Yusek Sebastian was authorized to sign SO4 pursuant to the July 15 ES Memorandum, although natanong na rin yan ni Senator Hontiveros and Senator Cayetano. Number 3, hindi pa ito natatanong, nadaplisan ko lang ito, whether or not there was a valid corporate action. We intend to resolve those 6 questions. But of course, my colleagues will have tail-end questions relative to the previous hearing. We intend to have a very substantive discussion and investigation today and in the order of arrival. First to arrive would be the chairman of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar, at 8:17 a.m., Senator Marcos at 8:30 a.m., Senator Go at 8:36 a.m. Thereafter, physically, it will be Senator Hontiveros, Senator JV, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Senator Tulfo, unless I see other persons here present. May we now ask Senator Cynthia Villar to proceed with the questioning. Senator Villar, are you still virtually present? Ma'am? Naka-on ba si Comsec, si Senator Villar? Senator Villar? Senator Villar, please proceed. If Senator Villar is not yet ready, we can ask Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Marcos? Senator Marcos, virtually ready now? Senator Amy Marcos? Senator Marcos is not yet ready. We can proceed with Senator Bongo. Senator Bongo? If Senator Bongo is not yet ready, we can proceed with those physically present. We start with Senator Risa Hontiveros. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Tanungin ko po muna please si Dr. Sebastian, dating Yusek Sebastian. Magandang umaga po sa inyo. Good
morning, ma'am.
Dating Yusek. Yes, sir. Sir, news reports say that certain quarters are mulling criminal and or administrative cases against you. However, you told this Blue Ribbon Committee, ES, na inaasahan ko talagang makarating sa hearing natin ngayong umaga, what made you believe that they, the President and the ES, were supportive of the information, of the importation? Sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, good morning. Good morning to the members of the committee. The sugar shortage, supply shortage, is greatly manifested by the rising price of sugar in the market, Your Honor. And this was already giving a lot of concern from different sectors. from the private sector, from the industry, and even from the other departments of government. They were already expressing their concern. And this was tackled during our meeting in Malacanang on August 1, 2022. That
So
was
yun po
presided.
yung binanggit ni Chair sa established facts.
Yes,
Yung
Your
pulong
Honor.
nung August
August
1, nung binrief ninyo, mga dating liderato ng SRA, si Presidente tungkol sa sugar situation.
Not just SRA officials, Your Honor, because this was a DA,
Other officials were there, Doctor.
the Undersecretary for Policy and Planning was there, Undersecretary Mercy Sombilia. The SRA Administrator was there. The PCA Administrator was also there. Administrator Benji Madrigal. The
Culture officials present, kasama na po kayong mga dating liderato ng SRA. Nakausap nyo si Presidente. ES was there, of course, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
So-
Only Administrator Sarapica was there, Your Honor. The other members of the board were
I
not
see.
there.
So, at the end po of that meeting, ano po yung nagbuo ng conviction ninyo na both the President and the ES supported importation of sugar?
There were two things that the President wanted us to act fast, Your Honor, and which he expressed during that meeting. That is one, the reclassification. We have to do it as soon as possible. Reclassification from reserve to domestic use of sugar. Then second is the need to augment our local supplies through importation. And
Was that explicitly said by the President?
yes, Your Honor, that was one of the part of the briefing that SRA Administrator gave, and also the President agreed that there's a need to consider that. In fact, Administrator Sarapica was given instruction to start preparing a sugar importation program, Your Honor. And then,
And the ES was at that meeting kung saan sinabi ni Presidente, pangalawa sa gusto niyang gawin ninyo kaagad sa SRA ay isupplement yung supply through importation.
yes, Your Honor.
Sumuporta ba si ES sa ganong sinabi ni Presidente or may binigay silang ibang opinion?
There were no objection to the importation program, Your Honor. I did not hear.
The virtual presence of Senator Pimentel. I saw his face a while ago. But before you proceed, liwanagin ko lang ito ha. Doon sa, with the indulgence of Senator Ontiveros.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Doon po sa testimony yung statement ni Executive Secretary, and I'm referring to his previous appearance here, ang sinabi niya, ang gusto raw po ay 62,000 kilos. Kayo naman, ang sinasabi nyo doon sa affidavit nyo, 62,826.6 metric tons. Para magkaiba po yung 62,000 kilos at 62,826 metric tons. So alin po yung tama dito?
That is the reclassification, Your Honor. So I think in my affidavit, we also attached the document that supports it. So it's just the exact figure. Your
Pareho
Honor.
ba yung 62,000 kilos sa metric tons?
Based on document, I quoted the exact number, Your Honor. That's why it's 62,800 something.
So mali si ES, sinasabi mo ngayon. Si ES, 62,000 kilos. Ikaw, 62,826 metric
Yes, Your Honor,
tons. Alin
because-
na mas marami doon?
The one that I quoted is based on the document itself, Your Honor. So that's
So
exactly.
sinasabi mo ngayon, mali si Executive Secretary.
I don't know, Your Honor, where.
You were here when he testified. And I'm referring, Senator Ontiveros, to the statement of the good Executive Secretary that it was 62,000 kilos. The transcript will bear me out. So
Yes, Mr. Chair.
can the transcript be given to Senator Ontiveros? So sinasabi mo na ngayon, Yusek Sebastian, mali si ES?
I'm not saying that, Your Honor, but what I'm saying is
Pareho
that.
ba yung 62,000 kilos sa 62,000 metric tons?
No, Your Honor. But what I'm saying in my affidavit is that I'm citing the exact figure based on the document that was
So may
provided.
nagkamali dito, isa lang dito ang tatama, di ba?
Maybe the ES was
Typographical.
just giving a rough
Estimate.
estimate, Your Honor, not exactly the number.
So ikaw yung correct.
Based on document, Your Honor, that is what.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. To continue, former Yusek Sebastian. So, tama po ba yung conclusion ko sa mga sinabi nyo so far na naniwala kayo, inakala ninyo na supportive si Presidente sa importation dahil sinabi nila na one of the two things he wants the SRA to do ay isupplement yung current supply through importation. At naniwala kayo, inakala ninyo na supportive CES sa importation dahil hindi sila nag-object sa ganong sinabi ni Presidente. Tama po
Yes,
ba?
Your Honor. And in addition to that, there was also the August 4 meeting where I got the feedback, although I was not in that meeting, I got the feedback from Administrator Serapica when he emailed me that he was instructed to actually draft the sugar importation program
Okay. So,
by the President, Your Honor. And if you are instructed to draft the sugar importation program, Your Honor, that means you are already aware that there's an importation that has been planned, or even the number that is supposed to be imported is they've already been informed about it, Your Honor.
okay, we'll get to the numbers a little later po. Pero obviously, no, kung pinadadraft si Mr. Serafica ng Dr. Sebastian, ayon kay Executive Secretary sa iba't ibang news reports, quote, sa kanila to, we found out about it only when my staff reported that the SRA posted the order, so SO4, SRA posted the order on its website, close quote. Pero sa kanilang statement dito naman sa Senado, sabi nila, quote, on August 10, Wednesday, after the meeting in the State Dining Room of Malacanang, we learned that the SRA, through Yusek Leo Sebastian, passed a resolution approving Sugar Order Number 4, close quote. Sa inyo naman pong affidavit, Doctor, sabi nyo, I personally informed the President that the SRA Board approved the 300,000 metric tons sugar importation via referendum. To my surprise, the President disapproved of my action and the Board's approval of Sugar Order Number 4, and he informed me that we should recall the order, close quote. So, at this point, medyo nalilito ako, Dr. Sebastian. Sino ang tama? Did Malacanang really find out about the order only on the website, or did you report it personally?
Your Honor, there is a timeline there that I indicated, which is 3:51, the exact time that, based on my phone log, that I called Administrator Serapica to report the disapproval of the President and request him to recall the publication of the SO4, Your Honor. So,
Pero sir, yan po yung pagbawi na. Pero
Yes,
ang
sir.
tanong ko po ay, parang yung tanong kanina, isa lang ang pwedeng tama. Nalaman lang ba talaga ng Malacanang yung or SO4 sa website, or kayo ba yung personally nag-ulat nito kay Presidente?
I'm not aware of the timeline that was presented by the ES, Your Honor. But what I know is the timeline that
So yung unang pag-alam ni Presidente dito sa Sugar Order 4 ay galing sa inyo, hindi sa website lang ng SRA. Personally sinabi nyo kay Presidente.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright,
I
salamat.
informed the President that that we have already approved the 300,000 metric tons sugar importation. And just like in my affidavit, I was surprised that he was not in agreement, Your Honor.
Alright. And by the way po, tinanggap po ba yung resignation nyo?
As of now, Your Honor, I've been informed that I am on a preventive suspension for 90 days.
So hindi po tinanggap or hindi pa tinatanggap yung resignation nyo?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So preventive suspension, did you say, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Preventive suspension.
With the
So-
permission of Senator
Yes, Mr.
Ontiveros,
Chair.
Can you provide this committee with a copy of your preventive suspension as required by civil service rules? It has to be in writing.
It is contained in their charge sheet, Your Honor, because they also charged me If I
So my
will-
question is, can you provide, my request is, can you provide the committee
Yes, Your Honor.
a copy of your preventive suspension?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lastly, para sa ngayon sa inyo, Dr. Sebastian, so alam na po natin yung SO4, hindi na itinuloy yun. Pero yung memorandum po dated 15th July, yun po ba ni-rescind?
I don't have any information, Your Honor, if it has been rescinded.
So, posibleng hindi siya ni-rescind at posibleng valid pa rin siya. At as of today, at least as of this morning, i-cover pa rin kung sinong tao yung maaring ipalit sa inyo kung tatanggapin yung resignation nyo.
I have no knowledge about that, Your Honor.
Alright, salamat po, Dr. Sebastian. If I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Serafica, former Administrator Serafica.
Yes, good morning,
Good
Your
morning,
Honors, Mr. Chair and the members of this committee. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Kayo po, ano pong nagpapaniwala sa inyo na si Presidente at si ES ay supportive sa importation?
During the presidential briefing in Malacanang on August 1, after presenting to the President and to everyone in that meeting the challenges in the sugar industry and the recommended courses of action, in my last courses of action was prepare a draft order on another import program for SRA board approval. In that instant, after everything was discussed, the President said to submit an importation plan.
So again po, kung pinapadraft kayo ng order, kung pinapasubmit kayo ng plan tungkol sa isang programang importasyon, ibig sabihin, posibleng aaprubahan ito. And ibig sabihin, sa meeting sa araw na yon, favorable yung pagtingin, o at least open, hindi opposed. Tama po ba yon?
You're correct, Your Honor.
And sasabihin niyo po ba yon pareho tungkol kay Presidente at kay ES, na at that point in time, pareho silang open or even pabor sa importation?
I did not hear any objection, Your Honor, at
No
that point.
Okay. No objection din. So, just to exhaust that point, Mr. Serafica, may dahilan naman po ba kayo para maniwala na yung 300,000 metric ton importation, so let's talk about the numbers now, let's talk about the volume. Did you have reason to believe that the 300,000 metric ton importation was a go from Malacanang? O baka naman may indications na ayaw sa ganong amount, pero pinilit nyo pa rin?
At that point, Your Honor, there was no volume on August 1.
okay.
There was no volume talked about, Your Honor.
So pero as this, sabi nga ni ES nung unang hearing, fiasco unfolded, at any point in time, did you have reason to believe na may go signal from Malacanang on the 300,000 metric ton volume?
As I said, Your Honor, there was no volume talked about on August 1.
What about August 4 po?
On August 4, it was reiterated again on the importation plan. During that time, we had already figures because we had a meeting with the stakeholders on July 29, where we presented the facts of the situation on the tightness of the supply and the rising prices prevailing on or before August 3, their recommendations.
And did they po, at ano yung, and tama po ba Mr. Serafica, from July 29, meeting with stakeholders, hanggang submission deadline nila ng August 3, wala sa mga stakeholders ang nag-object sa importation? Tama po ba?
Wala po.
Wala. And did they have anything to say about the volume of importation?
Actually, almost all of them recommended 300,000 metric tons volume to
Okay,
be imported, Your Honor.
Almost all.
Senator Ontiveros,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Your time has lapsed. With the permission of Senator JB, are you willing to give a sufficient time to Senator Ontiveros to finish her question?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman. Let us let Senator Tiveros finish her questioning.
You may proceed.
Maraming salamat, Sen. Ejercito at Mr. Chair. I'll just wrap up on this question for now. So almost all the stakeholders, former Administrator Serafica, na meeting nyo nung July 29, I presume nag-submit sa inyo by on or before the deadline of August 3, almost all agreed not only on the importation but on the 300,000 metric tons volume.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And lastly, at this point in time, bakit? Quickly, ano yung mga pinaka-importanting facts na pinag-usapan nyo with the stakeholders on July 29? About supply, about price, kung ano man. What were the most important facts na almost all the stakeholders agreed to importation and agreed to it to the volume of 300,000 metric tons? Ano yung basis nito?
When we presented the supply and demand, it was indicated in the slides in the presentation, Your Honor, of the Regulations Department during the time. And they saw the deficit, the estimated deficit towards the end of August. And likewise, also, this concerns about the raw sugar, and likewise on the refined sugar. The SRA, Your Honor, has complete data on the facts of our demand, the average demand for the sugar is concerned.
All right.
So they're almost the same, 300,000 metric tons.
All right. So, in fact, tama po ba, former Administrator Serafica, na yung lang nag-disagree sa importation of 300,000 metric tons was Delmax Trading. At yung proposal nila was a lesser, is that slightly lesser amount of 250,000 metric tons. So, na actually near unanimous, this fact would validate yung sinabi nyo na near unanimous. Kaya nahihiwagaan talaga ako, former Administrator Serafica, no? What happened on the sidelines? I'll leave it at this point,
Senator
Mr. Chair,
Rivera.
saying only na
Yes.
send signals na pabor sa importasyon, hindi nag-object, tapos babawiin pala, despite the fact of this near unanimity among the stakeholders based dun sa sinasabi ni Mr. Serafica na facts from the SRA, yung average demand natin in the last three crop years, projection nila na estimated deficit by end of this month, bukas, Mr. Chair, both in raw and refined sugar, at siguro yung ano yung magiging shortfall. Hence, possibly, no, we'll establish that in this hearing, kaya yung 300,000 metric tons. So I'll suspend
Thank
for
you.
now my interpellation. Salamat, marami,
Tiveros,
Mr.
thank
Chair.
you. We recognize the arrival of Senator Jinggoy Estrada. And before we let Senator J.B. Ejercito proceed with his questions, may I remind Mr. Serafica that during the last hearing, last week, I have here in my possession the transcript of stenographic notes on pages 138 to 139. You were asked by Senator Jinggoy Estrada the following, and your answers are reflected in the said pages. Senator Estrada, you were the one who drafted SO number 4. Mr. Serafica, yes, Mr. Chair. Next, sa makatuwid, ikaw ang mastermind. Hindi po kayo sumagot. Tinuloy po ni Senator Estrada. Anyway, you drafted this sugar order number 4. You never consulted any stakeholders. Am I right? Mr. Serafica's answer, we did, Mr. Chair. Having settled that, I will now ask Senator J.B. Ejercito to proceed with these questions. You have the floor, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank Senate President Zubiri for his privileged speech that opened the eyes of a lot of people regarding what is happening in the agricultural sector, particularly the sugar industry. Mr. Chair, I have something at stake here because being the author of the Sugarcane Industry Development Act of 2015 and the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Law of 2016, medyo nalulungkot po ako. 6 years and 7 years have passed, Mr. Chair, after the passage of these two measures. At para hong act, our goal is not only to enhance the competitiveness of the sugar industry and maximize the utilization of sugarcane resources, but more importantly, to improve the income of farmers, farm workers through improved productivity, product diversification, job generation, and increased efficiency of the sugar mills, and improve the farming methods. We are thinking of the more or less 84,000 farmers and 720,000 industry workers. That is for the Sugarcane Industry Development Act that is intended really to revitalize and stimulate the sugar industry once again, not only Negros and other sugar-producing provinces in the country. Alam niyo po, medyo bias po ako dahil po ang sugar industry, kaya nga po ito po ay napagkasunduan. Ipinasa po namin to ni then Congressman Albi Benitez as my counterpart, the chairman, aims to boost the productivity of the agricultural sector and protect the Filipino farmers and agricultural enterprises from illegal traders and importers. Mr. Chairman, 2016, naalala ko po, 2015, 2016, nung nagkaroon po ng investigasyon din dito sa Senado tungkol sa rampant rice smuggling. In fact, then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte was one of the resource persons because of this rampant rice smuggling, no? Yung Kalabangayan at lahat. Ang naipasa po natin as a result of those investigations, Mr. Chair, hindi po totoo na sa Senado panay investigasyon. Meron din pong resulta. We passed the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Law, classifying large-scale agricultural smuggling as a heinous crime and an economic sabotage. Bakit po, Mr. Chair? Pag pumapasok ang mga imported o mga smuggled na mga produktong bigas o asukal, bagsak ang presyo ng palay, bagsak ang presyo ng asukal, kawawa ang farmers, walang purchasing power, ang ekonomiya ng bawat probinsya ang apektado. That's why, Mr. Chair, we passed Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act in 2016. Kaya po, medyo ako'y kahit pa paano natutuwa na mismo si President Bongbong Marcos ang nangunguna sa sektor ng agrikultura. Ngayon po, nabigyan na ng pansin ito pong nangyayaring kawawang estado ng sugar cane industry sa buong Pilipinas. In fact, hindi lang po sugar cane, pati na po ang bigas, ang sibuyas, ang bawang, pati nga po asin. Napakarami na ating karagatan, ini-import natin pati galunggong. Panay na lang tayo, import ng import, kung hindi nag-i-smuggle, import ng import. That's why, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for this hearing. Hopefully, we can really get to the bottom of this and we can achieve food sufficiency by stopping, curbing, smuggling altogether and regulating the importation of these agri-products and supporting the local industry. Siguro, tatanungin ko na po, marami hong natanong. I was absent last meeting because I was in quarantine. But as the author of these measures, again, I would like to propound some questions that are related to these two measures. I'd like to ask the SRA, anybody can answer. Under RA number 10659 or the SIDA law, the government should allocate 2 billion annually to the Sugar Regulatory Administration as a support and development of the sugar industry. However, as we can see from the actual yearly appropriations, it was below than what was mandated. Mr. Chair, 2 billion po ang allocated natin taon-taon sa SRA for the development of the sugarcane industry. Since 2016, for the first year of implementation, ang annual appropriation was 1.798 billion. 2017, 1.4 billion. 2018, 1 billion. 2019, 500 million. 2012, we are developing our local pabawas ng pabawas. So, ang tanong ko lang po sa Sa SRA, as one of the authors of the SIDA law, I'm interested in how you were able to allocate your funds from 2016 up to 2020. How were they utilized? Bakit ho lumiit? Development Act, which was really to mechanize the farming method, to modernize our sugar mills, and revitalize the sugar industry. Pakisagot na po sa SRA. What happened po? Bakit bumaba ng bumaba, hindi na-utilize?
Your Honor, good morning. One of the reasons of the underspending, and almost every year it was slashed, because of underspending, Your Honor. During the time, yung sa Socialized Credit Fund, which the implementing agency is Land Bank, it was not implemented right away because there were concerns of the interest rates. So it took a while to negotiate with the Land Bank to bring it lower to a level that it will be beneficial to the small farmers, until such time when it was approved at 2%, and then the management fee was deducted from the commons on the procurement of the farm machineries of the industry that was intended for the small farmers. It took a while, Your Honor, in procuring all of these machineries and to slash our budget. But it bounced back on fiscal year 2021. We were given 712,260,000, and also on fiscal year 2022, we were given the same. For 23, Your Honor, DBM recommended 1 billion this time because they saw that we have been making progress with the utilization of the fund. The breakdown of this 1 billion for 2023, Your Honor, is 480,800,000 for FMR, 6 million for the Black Farm program, 150 million for research, development, and extension, and 33 million for the scholarship program.
Thank you. Mr. Serafica, no? In a nutshell, what is the current status of the SIDA law? Nasaan na hubo tayo ever since its passage? I'm very interested because I'm one of the principal authors of the said law. Again, bias po ako, taga-Negros po ang nanay ko. Gusto ko lang po malaman nasaan na po tayo 6 years after the passage of the said law.
Your Honor, I am sorry, I have no access to these official documents at the moment because I'm out of SRA, but I'm sure the planning department of the SRA is preparing all of these documents for the Senate and the Congress budget hearing, Your Honor.
Yes, but I am sure you have an idea, at least, no? Hindi naman kinakailangan yung dokumento because you were from the SRA, kung ano lang talaga yung status niya ngayon. Ilan na ba na mechanize natin and other areas, no, of the law? Nasaan na po ang status? Ilan?
Well, for one, on the procurement of the machineries for the small farmers, that has been completed. And that aspect alone is already a breakthrough as far as the small farmers, especially those that are enrolled in the Black Farm program. And one of the farm program, they have indeed transformed their ways of living and also their protocol on sugarcane farming because of these machineries that has been given to them through the SIDA program. And with regards to credit, there has been a lot of borrowings from the Land Bank on these programs. And also on the scholarship, it has also transformed the resource, of the dependents who are qualified to take courses courses related to the sugarcane industry, both in the plantation side and on the mill side. Now, the mills have not stopped invested, but what SRA now is really trying to do is really to make sure that if everyone can just avail are just there to get, of course, the best cane quality. So we will have a better recovery as far as the industry is concerned, Your Honor.
So, Sir Sebastian, pwede naman nating sabihin na hindi natin kinalimutan ang SIDA law ng SRA. No? Kasi parang ang pakiramdam namin, parang masyado na tayong nawili sa ka-import ng sugar at nakalimutan na natin yung pinaka-intensyon ng batas, which is really to redevelop and revitalize the sugarcane industry. Hindi naman. Sa tingin naman, nasa direction tayo on which the...
I agree, Your Honor. We have been...
Yusek Sebastian, sorry.
Yeah, as stated by Administrator Sarapica, we have been investing to revitalize our sugar industry, Your Honor.
Probably the DA, Yusek Sebastian, and Mr. Serafica can answer. What are the targets of the DA or the CRA in relation to sugar production the next 5 to 10 years? Do we aspire for a target of zero sugar importation by the end of President BBM's term? Anybody can answer po. Yusek Sebastian or Mr. Serafica?
Well, that is a challenge for the entire industry to do what it's supposed to do. And this will be a holistic, not available in the domestic market. The only tool that can be put on the table, Your Honor, is this is just stopgap measures on the importation, just to stabilize the market and the prices as well. But in my administration, Your Honor, I have been always consistent on reaching out to the farmers because at the end of the day, they are the most affected when we do an importation program. And it's hard for a regulatory agency mandated by law to take care of the farmers and also the welfare of the consuming public. But in this case, we always look at it on the downside for as long as we see that the domestic production can catch up even before the time it tries to pick its production. We are very considerate on matters on importation, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go to the details probably on my second round. But before I conclude sa 2 minutes pa ako, doon po naman sa anti-agricultural smuggling, I'd like to ask some questions of the BOC, although alam ko naman kaka-assume nyo lang po ni Acting Commissioner Yogi Filimon Ruiz. Just few days after the first hearing of this committee, the Bureau of Customs have raided several warehouses in Bukidnon, Cagayan de Oro, full of sugar. Sabi nga ni Senate President, nasa ang shortage regarding these warehouses.
Yes, Your Honor. For the past 35 days, the Bureau of Customs has consistently conducted implementation of letter of authority to the different warehouses. We have a total of...
The permission of Senator JB. Commissioner, siguro ang liwanagin mo ngayon, nakikinig ang taong bayan, liwanagin mo nga yung visitorial powers na ine-exercise nyo, ikumpara mo sa raid. Kasi pag raid, may kinukumpis ka, may hinuhuli. Pag visitorial, binibisita lang. So ano yung ginawa ninyo? Siguro yun ang isa sa mga dapat maliwanagan din. Salamat, Senator Ejercito.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The letter of authority, Mr. Chair, is an order signed by the Commissioner of Customs authorizing a customs officer to conduct a visit on a warehouse suspected to contain imported goods. So we conduct a visit to check if the goods that are stored therein have paid the corresponding duties and taxes. So the raid, Your Honor, this is not a raid. Implementation of the letter of authority. We give the warehouse owner 15 days to present the necessary documents proving that the goods stored in that warehouse are indeed have indeed been paid with the lawful duties and taxes, Your Honor.
With the permission of Senator JB. So, hindi raid.
No.
Walang pinadlock, walang kinumpiska, walang hinuli. Binisita para tingnan kung in order yung papel at given sila ng 15 days para patunayang in order. Tama po ba? Para maliwanagan din sa media kasi akala na media nanre-raid kayo eh.
Yes, Mr.
So,
Chair.
walang raid, walang raid.
No, it is not a raid, Mr. Chair. We give them 15 days to present the
Ang tanong ko lang, kasi karamihan ng napapanood natin yung sa mga visitation nyo at mga raids before. Pag ng mga warehouse boy at ang lahat na tanong, lahat walang alam eh. Ano po nangyayari pag gano'n ang sagot? Pinipurso nyo pa ba, Commissioner, ng BOC? Kasi karamihan doon walang alam eh. Pag yun ang napapansin namin sa lahat ng interviews, lahat walang kinalaman. Okay, Commissioner.
Yes, Your Honor. What we do is, when we conduct the visit on the said warehouse, if the personnel therein are not able to present any documents, we place a padlock to safeguard the goods inside and let them present within 15 days, Your Honor, to...
Again, as the author of the Anti-Agriculture Smuggling Law, ako pong principal author to, we just passed in 2016. 6 years have passed when this law was enacted. Hanggang ngayon, wala akong naririnig na talagang big fish o mga large-scale agriculture smuggler na nakakasuhan o nakukulong. So, yan ang lagi kong tinatanong. Siguro, alam ko, bago po kayo ngayon, meron pa po tayong pending case sa mga large-scale agricultural smuggler kasi yan ang pumapatay sa lahat ng ating mga farmers, no? Pinagkakaita natin sila ng hanap buhay. Sige po, Commissioner, ano pong status, if ever, sa mga large-scale agricultural smugglers ng bigas, ng asukal at iba pa?
Up to present, we have filed 486 criminal and administrative cases against smugglers of goods, Your Honor. And we have arrested and jailed more or less three smugglers in different raids that we have conducted, Your Honor.
Kasi ang nakalungkot dito, yung ating lokal na industriya talaga hindi magde-develop. No? Yung bigas, wala na mag-i-invest. Yung sugar industry, sa nangyayari ngayon, hanggat patuloy ang pagpasok ng mga smuggled na agriculture.
Your Honor, we have been consistently implementing letters of authority, Your Honor, since up to the present. Since 2018 up to the present, Your Honor, we have implemented 391 letters of authority, Your Honor. But it just so happened that as of the present, the implementation of letters of authority have been highlighted, Your Honor.
Likewise, before I wrap up, Senator Bato de la Rosa will also ask questions. Pero bago po magwakas, tanong ko lang sa inyo, kasi nakakalungkot, yung sugar industry natin, Mr. Chair, I'll just wrap up, yung rice natin, bigas, bawang, sibuyas, pati nga asin, na napakarami na karagatan natin, napakalawak, ini-import natin, pati galunggong. Tanong ko lang, Commissioner, gaano dami pa ang nag-i-smuggle ng mga bagay na ito? Paano natin? At ano ang inyong intensyon para masugpo ito at sundin yung direktiba ng Pangulo na palakasin ang local industries?
Since I assumed as the acting commissioner of the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor, 35 days ago, we have been consistently improving our interdiction capability, Your Honor. And right now, we have implemented processes that will, in the coming days, result to more positive interdictions in the ports, Your Honor. Regarding the number of smugglers, we have more or less seen different processes that we think that we can really improve, and with the implementation of these systems and processes, Your Honor, it will result in more positive interdictions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all for my first round. I will just ask later on.
Thank you, Senator JB. Before Senator De La Rosa would be allowed to interject, may I notify our colleagues that I was informed that the TSN indicates that the first to have asked a question was the good minority leader. But my explanation here was that he was not yet around. So we gave the floor to another member of the minority, Senator Hontiveros, to ask the first question. So after the interjection of Senator De La Rosa, we will allow the good minority leader to have his 5-minute space before Senator Robin Hood Padilla asks the question. Senator Padilla is not yet here. So your 1-minute question, Senator De La Rosa.
Mr. Chair, this is Grace. I want to be
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
noted present for this hearing and also to be in line with the questions. Thank you.
Yes. Your Honor, you will be after the questioning of Senator Tulfo.
Tulfo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator De La Rosa, 1 minute before the good minority leader asks his question. Yes.
Just to interject to the questioning of Senator JB to the Customs Commissioner. Advance notice lang, Commissioner. Please, kung meron kang ma-advisean dyan na staff mo, when I avail of my time mamaya, later, gusto ko lang malaman sana. Kunin nyo in advance yung lahat ng available records ninyo na yung lahat ng naimbestigahan ninyo ng smuggling, yung prosecution rate at saka conviction rate. Yun lang, para makaka-prepare ka. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. And to add to your workload, Commissioner, you mentioned a while ago na meron kayong dalawang smuggler na hinabla na. So if you can identify it when it's my turn to ask the questions, and then prepare mentally this. Pagka ang allowable importation halimbawa ay 5 kilos at nag-import ng 10 kilos, yung over ba na 5 kilos ay considered smuggled? Sagutin mo mamaya yan. May we ask the good minority leader to proceed with this questioning. Senator Pimentel, you're recognized. Ang ganda ng background mo, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Parang nasa abroad ka, sir.
Thank you, sir. And that's a photograph that we own. So, hindi po ano yan. No violation of copyright. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the time and fulfilling your commitment to me that I will be allowed to ask questions. And I'm sorry, I am late. I logged in late, so pasensya na po kayo. Ituloy ko na lang po yung sa customs muna before I propound questions to our SRA officials. Yung sa customs, sino to? May I know who is the person representing the customs, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Customs Commissioner is here.
Ruiz. Tama po
Yes,
ba?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, si Commissioner Ruiz is there. Yung nasa news kasi, sir, na raid or na padlock our warehouses in Cagayan de Oro City, among others. Yung mga kababayan ko yun eh. Ang tanong ko lang po nasunod naman ang regulations and the law when you visited or raided the warehouses and padlocked them. Yun lang ang concern ko para klaro sa affected party kung yung remedy niya, kung nasunod natin yung ating mga rules and regulations.
Yes, Your Honor. When our team from CDO conducted the visit on sugar milling, Your Honor, also in Bukid sugar, Your Honor, but local sugar, Your Honor, and we recommended the termination of the letter of authority, Your Honor.
Parang no issue. There's no issue? Ganun ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi
We did not find any imported sugar, Your Honor.
Sige. That's so thank you for that information. And ito ano to? It's about your appointment. Are you now the
I am in an acting capacity, Your Honor.
So wala pa tayo masasabing regular Commissioner of Customs. So thank you for that, sir. Balik na ako doon. Can I ask former Administrator Serafica, yung sugar import permits, ang mga planters and millers are allowed, di ba, to apply and then possibly get an import permit and quota?
If they are included in a particular program, yes, Your Honor.
O siya, theoretically nga, yes. So, posible ba na because of that, mahalo ang imported sugar sa local or ma-present as local ang imported sugar? Kasi ang in custody with the sugar is someone who is also expected to be in custody of domestic sugar.
The monitoring of SRA as far as imported sugar, Your Honor, is very rigid. All imported sugar are classified as sea sugar or reserve sugar until such time that they are in the accredited warehouses of the importers. Until such time when they are fully delivered, they write to the sugar board for the reclassification. Until such time, then that will be available for the domestic market. And there are ledgers as far as the importers are concerned, the way of monitoring as far as the SRA. So all imported sugar are strictly monitored upon withdrawal from their respective warehouses, Your Honor.
Okay, at least the theory is, the theoretical framework is in place, pero wala naman tayong sugar marking. Parang sa fuel, di ba, minamark na natin yung fuel products. So, okay, pero Mr. Serafica, pagka ma-withdraw ang sugar sa warehouse, pero nalipat lang din sa isang warehouse at hindi naman na-release sa final consumer, yung initial withdrawal sa warehouse ay sa mata ninyo part na of domestic consumption? Is that how you compute the volume for domestic consumption?
Your Honor, before I answer that question, in a warehouse where there is, if in a warehouse of one trader, that cannot be mixed, so it has to be segregated in a way. Now, with regards to an importation program, it depends on the sugar order in this case, or the importation program, Your Honor. Because if, like for example, SO3, if we are talking about SO3, the importers of SO3 cannot transfer or sell to anyone because SO3 is a program strictly for the industrial companies. And those industrial companies that do not have international traders license, they had to appoint an international trader to do the importation program for them. So it is strictly not allowed to transfer or even shift to another warehouse, Your Honor.
Ang domestic demand po natin, industrial users demand. That is the domestic demand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ang non-industrial users would be the households.
Household and institutional users like restaurants, hospitals, hotels.
Okay, so ano na, basta final consumer na. So ganun po ang ating kasi tinitignan ko po 'tong domestic demand because domestic demand minus domestic supply would be your importation plan, hindi po ba?
That's correct.
Or subcategories. That's why I want to understand how domestic demand is computed, because what I fear is a bloated number for domestic demand, and then si domestic production is reality. So in effect, we will have a bloated import number for the importation plan. Is that happening, Mr. Serapica?
No, it's not happening that way, Your Honor. In fact, for the past 3 crop years, Your Honor, our average demand is 170,000 metric tons for raw sugar. And our average demand for refined sugar for the last 3 crop years is at 85,000 metric tons of refined sugar
A month.
per month. Per month.
Tama.
These
I've
are
heard that.
historical data with SRA, Your Honor.
Mm.
The
So,
permission of the minority leader.
yes, sir.
Mr. Serafica, ilang araw na tayo nag-hearing, but you have yet to provide an inventory list of all the sugar within warehouses, released from warehouses. Has this been done before, na nagkaroon na tayo ng physical inventory, o wala pa?
Actually, Your Honor, towards every end of milling, the SRA conducts stock inventory on all sugar mills and refineries. I would like to refer this question to the Deputy of Regulations, Your Honor. He is present
just
here.
answer my query. We still await a submission of an inventory, whether it is post-milling, pre-milling, or even imported sugar contained in various warehouses across the archipelago. So can you provide us that copy?
I'm
That
sorry.
will probably answer also the queries of Senator Pimentel.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do not have access to those records now, but
But you are the administrator before. Kasi ganito bago tayo mag-import, kulang ba? Para malaman natin kulang, ilan ba yung naka-stockpile? Ano ba talaga yung inventaryo? Di ba ho? So you're speaking of market needs, studies conducted. So ano yung actual na meron tayo on X date? Para alam naman natin, X date, after 30 days, mag-aangkat tayo.
hindi ko po alam, Your Honor, yung datos na kung natapos na ba yung inventaryo po,
So,
Your Honor.
hindi mo alam ang datos, pero nagkaroon ka ng market study, nag-endorse ka ng importation, wala kang datos, pero nakagawa ka ng import plan. Yung po ba ibig sabihin?
Yung weekly data po nanggaling ng mga sugar mill at saka refineries, Your Honor.
So, ano to? Hinulaan na lang natin based doon sa mga data kung meron talagang pangangailangan without verifying firsthand in consultation, coordination with the Bureau of Customs na may visitorial powers, kung ilan talaga yung naka-imbak, naangkat, at maging yung na-produce ng mga local millers natin during a certain season. So, paano ka makakagawa ng import plan? Paano ka magkakaroon ng market analysis na paulit-ulit ko nakita kung wala kang datos, kung wala kang inventaryo? I'm sorry, Senator Pimentel, I took too much of your time. We're just asking some queries. If you can answer that, that will satisfy me and Senator Pimentel as well. Please proceed.
Sugar bulletin production report, Your Honor. It says it all, Your Honor, on a per mill and what type of sugar and all the details on a weekly basis, Your Honor. It is in the website. Now, as to the inspection of the stock balances, I have no information because I think the Deputy Administrator for Regulations can answer that if it has been completed already, Your Honor. I have no information.
Siguro mamaya answeran mo na si Senator Pimentel. During the last hearing, lumabas na hindi kayo nag-uusap ng Deputy Administrator. Ang sinabi ng mga Deputy Administrators, ginawa na lang ni Administrator Serapica yung SRO number 4 without consulting us. So, unlike nung SO number 3. So, we have established that already. There's no more need to clarify that. Senator Pimentel, you can proceed.
Thank you, thank you. And anyway, may mga other rounds pa naman po, no? I want to really go into the detail of how we compute domestic demand. At any rate, Mr. Serapica, sige nga, bigay nyo nga sa akin yung average demand ng past 3 years. Sige, as far as raw sugar and refined sugar, monthly. Yung average monthly demand for the past 3 years. Sige po, para makita ko yung figures.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Sige po, pwede pong verbalize po. Sabihin nyo yung ano. Sige nga, 20. What would be the past 3 crop years? That would be, tapos na ito. May data na ba kayo
Including
for this year?
Yes po, kasama po tong the last 3 crop years, including this crop year. So, from September 2021, because the crop year starts September 1 and ends August 31 the following crop year. So these 3 crop years, our demand on raw production, or our demand on raw sugar, the average is 170,000 metric tons a month.
Okay,
And
the
for
average,
refined
sir, okay na yan, average 170,000. Ano yung 3? What are the 3 numbers na nag-average ng 170,000 metric tons? Can you give that to me? Sige po. Ano po 'yon?
There's one crop year.
Sir, pag sinabi niyo kasing average demand in the past 3 years, that means you added 3 figures and then divided by 3, 170,000 metric tons ang lumabas. So can I have the 3 figures that you added? Sige po, para makita ko. So for example, for 2020, crop year 2020, what was the average monthly demand for raw? And then for 2021 and for 2022. Sige po. Mali yata yung 2022 dahil wala pa kayong figure no. So atras tayo ng 1 year, 2019. Sige. If you have it, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Crop years.
Now for 2021, because what we presented in our slides, Your Honor, is the 3 crop years production from 2019-2020 to 2020-2021 and 21-22.
Okay yan. Sige, good. Sige po. Can you Sige, what are the figures po? Titignan ko lang na ba yung paano natin nakuha yung average 170,000 metric tons of raw sugar a month demand.
Sir Rapica, just remember that Senator Pimentel has a degree in mathematics.
I'm just testing, sir. Tignan lang natin kasi... anyway, kung in writing na lang, sir. In writing na lang, Mr. Serapica. Anyway, may mga second round naman kami. So, can I now go to the in aid of legislation part of our investigation? Okay,
Yes,
Senator...
Your Honor, you will suspend in 1 minute and 7 seconds. Go ahead, sir.
Sige po, para lang ano. So the SRA, Mr. Serapica, is governed by Executive Order number 18, and then sabi rito, sa Section 4, governing body is the Sugar Board. Actually, 3 lang ang members nito. Ngayon, you were functioning as if 4 members kayo. How did this happen, Mr. Serapica?
Under EO number 292, the Administrative Code of 1987, the SRA became an attached agency to the Department of Agriculture. And the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture shall act as the ex officio chairman, Your Honor.
Okay, so there was a subsequent EO on 1987, naging 4 kayo. Okay. But then ang attempt is to make the sugar board parang representative of all of the stakeholders in the sugar industry or the sugar cane industry, as mentioned by Senator J.B. Ejercito. Do you feel that that is sufficient? That there is secretary and then administrator and then miller, representative of the millers and representative of the planters. Hindi ba dapat lakihan na natin ito? Dapat may representative of the small farmer, sugar farmer, representative of the retailers, and representative of the consumers. Mrs. Serapica?
Under the intent of Executive Number 18, series of 1986, that was the intent of that executive order, Your Honor.
Yun na nga, medyo parang ang point of view nito, when it was written, as if millers lang and planters ang concerned sa sugar industry. Naghihiring nga tayo ngayon dahil reklamo ang consumer na napakataas. Well, ng presyo. So, anyway, tinatanong lang kita, sir, because you were once upon a time the administrator. So, Mr. Chairman, alam ko I'm running out of time. Sana nandito si Executive Secretary Rodriguez, sir, kasi meron akong tanong sa kanya tungkol dito sa kanyang testimony before us. As a lawyer, meron ako napupunang inconsistency lang konti na gusto ko rin sanang ma-clarify. Plus to get his interpretation of that memorandum circular July 15 yata ang date noon, which he gave to Yusek Sebastian, kasi parang lawyer to lawyer, para as they were drafting it, ano ba yung nasa isip nila na extent of the power and authority of their agent or their representative. So, Mr. Chairman, may we know bakit wala po si E.S. Rodriguez?
Yes, Senator Pimentel, I think I already answered that during the start of these proceedings.
Sorry.
I was informed by Malacanang that they are having a cabinet meeting. So I replied to the query of Senator Hontiveros, and thereafter Senator Hontiveros requested through a motion that another notice, another invitation be sent to Executive Secretary Rodriguez for him to catch up if the cabinet meeting is over, which we did indeed. As of 9:55, another invitation was sent to the good Executive Secretary, and it was acknowledged and received by a certain Miss Rosalie Araquino, Presidential Staff Officer 5. So we have complied with the request of Senator Hontiveros. So we are just awaiting the reply as to whether the cabinet meeting will be terminated first prior to this proceeding. So I think that answers your question, Mr.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I think the investigation, our investigation, cannot be terminated until and unless he reappears before us, so we can ask the questions para complete na yung picture natin. So
The word termination would mean the termination of the cabinet meeting, which will end first or this hearing.
Correct.
So
Correct. Ako naman, ang point ko naman, our investigation, mahirapan tayo to wrap up our investigation and come up with the committee report until and unless he appears before us so that we can ask questions. Yes, thank you.
That is noted, Senator Pimentel. So the next to ask, yes, Your Honor, unless Senator De La Rosa will give his time allocated to you, Your Honor. But don't worry, we will have a second round.
Yeah,
Or third round.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Pimentel has something to say?
1 minute.
I can give 2 minutes to Senator Pimentel if he wants to avail of that. Mr. Chair.
Senator Pimentel is graciously given additional 2 minutes by Senator De La Rosa.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Ito lang kila Administrator Serapica at saka kay Yusek Sebastian. Nagpapadala kayo, si Yusek Sebastian yata, nagpapadala ng text kay E.S. Rodriguez, nagtatanong, nagpa-follow up. Hindi sinasagot. Tapos you will assume na yung hindi pagsagot ay approval na, and then you came up with SO number 4, tapos nung nalaman ninyo yung disapprove, hindi magkakandara pa kayo ngayon to withdraw the copy from the UP Law Center na sinabit na ninyo for publication. Ang tanong ko, why did you go through a course of action na napaka delikado, na kung ma-reverse kayo, ang dami niyong kailangan gawin para bawiin lahat at puputok yung issue. So why not wait for the answer, or every day visit the executive secretary to get the answer? Kasi nga sabi nyo, address to the two of them and primarily to Yusek Sebastian.
Yusek Sebastian, can you answer that?
Thank you, Your Honor. As I have stated earlier, the situation was really very urgent during this time. And up to now, we still have a very urgent issue about the sugar supply in the country. And based on my interaction with the President, especially during the August 1 meeting, there was really a big sense, also expressed by the President, that we have to act fast when it comes to addressing the sugar supply issue. And based also from feedback from stakeholders that were conducted by SRA, and then from the August 4 meeting of Administrator Sarapica with the President and the ES and Board Member Balderrama, the feedback was that there is a more or less agreement that the importation program is a go. So that is why picking up from all those signals, Your Honor, and also the follow-up memo that I sent, that gave me the sense, Your Honor.
Yusek, can I butt in? Is the word a quote-unquote is a go? A verbal instruction?
No,
a
no, Your
written
Honor.
instruction?
That
Or
is
you're just your own
judgment.
perception?
Perception, Your
Your
Honor.
perception. So let the records reflect that the answer of Yusek Sebastian was his mere perception. His mere
The sense,
mental perception of the answers given by the President and the Executive Secretary. You can proceed.
Yes, Your
Yes,
Honor.
sir.
So those are the circumstances, Your Honor.
So,
Mr.
Mr.
Pimentel?
Chairman, ano na lang to, I will final na manifestation na to. All the more
You will not wait for the answers of Mr. Serafica kasi you also directed Mr. Serafica that same query.
Thank you.
Mr. Serafica, do you have that same perception? Do you have that same perception or another perception?
When I went to see Your Honor, Yusek Sebastian on August 8, I asked him of any update regarding the
Sir was?
and he told me to make necessary endorsement to the Sugar Board for referendum.
So you are now relying on the perception of Mr. Sebastian. So that's your perception of Mr. Sebastian's own perception. Double perception na to.
That was his instructions to me,
Verbal
Your Honor.
instructions. Prepare an import plan.
No, to make necessary endorsement for board referendum.
To make the necessary endorsement for a board referendum, meaning to say, to comply with the process of making an endorsement. And that would entail consulting the other members of the board, consulting with the deputy administrators, not you alone. O ang ibig sabihin ba, ikaw na lang mag-isa, wala na yung mga board? Ganun ba yan?
Hindi po. Ang nangyari, kaya nga, in-endorse po namin sa Sugar Board for referendum.
Pero lumalabas doon sa transcript mo kanina, yung binanggit ko, 138, pages 138, 139, ikaw na lang mag-isa ang gumawa.
Hindi po kasi dumaan po to ng referendum, yung dalawang board members po nag-comment din po doon sa referendum.
Is that true, Mr. Attorney Beltran? You were a member of the board then?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Tama ba yung sinasabi? You're under oath now.
Yes, Mr.
Tama
Chair.
ba yung sinasabi ni Mr. Serapica na dumaan sa consultation, referendum, bago kayo nagpirmahan? With the permission of Senator Pimentel.
I received an email from Mr. Antes, Mr. Chair, not only me, but addressed also to His Excellency President Marcos and to the rest of the member of the Sugar Board submitting an item for action by way of referendum, Mr. Chair.
So, voting na yon. Were there consultations made
Yes, Mr.
with
Chair.
Mr. Serafica prior to the voting?
No, Mr. Chair, no.
So, wala nang consultation. Boto na lang kayo. Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And in this,
What do you mean, yes, Mr. Chair? Yes or no na lang? Wala nang, ano ba yung gagawin natin sa SO4? Bakit napunta sa'yo lahat ng kapangyarihan ng board? Bakit nawala yung performance band? Bakit nawala yung ibang items na nandoon sa SO3? Yung assignment ngayon, meron na. So, wala nang tanong-tanong na gano'n. Boto na lang, yes or no? Are you in favor or not of SO4? Ganun ba nangyari?
yes, I have gone through the email. I read it, Mr. Chair. And significantly, on the last paragraph of this email, it says that it's still the Sugar Board that has the authority to issue conversion.
No, there
From
is
C to
one.
B.
There is an item there that the SRA administrator, Mr. Serafica, can reclassify. There is an item that he can act alone, not the
That
board.
is why, Mr. Chair, I was surprised. Why? Because
So
in there-
nagulat ka, pero bumoto ka rin ng yes.
because I
Then
have-
nagulat ka, you were surprised. Sa Tagalog, nagulat ka. Ang boto mo rin, yes.
No, I have not gone through that last page. That's on the last part of the draft. I only went through the first pages of this draft, then about the allocation, 150 for the miller, for the industrial, 150 for the retail.
You concurred. You voted yes.
Yes, out of abundance of caution.
Yan
Mr.
po, ito po, naka-flash sa screen natin, yung
Yes,
mga
Mr. Chair.
yung mga dates at maging yung email mismo.
Yes,
So,
Mr. Chair.
as a lawyer,
Out of abundance of caution, Mr. Chair, I voted in the affirmative subject to their compliance with the laws, rules and regulation, and the existing processes of SRA.
nakalagay po sa pirma nyo yun doon, may reservation kayo, subject
In
to
my vote,
compliance.
Mr. Chair.
Nakalagay po doon.
It's there in my vote, Mr.
Can we have
Chair.
SSO number 4? Wala akong
No,
nakita
no,
ganon.
in the resolution, Mr. Chair.
Nakalagay doon sa resolution.
Resolution. That is written in the resolution, my vote.
But that's not your own personal reservation at next to your signature. So yung sa'yo, you sign it knowing fully well that there may be some violations. You're a lawyer. I'm not saying that you can be questioned by the Integrated Bar of the Philippines for not reading thoroughly the contents of an order or a circular that would impact not just the SRA but the Filipino people. Naniniwala ka ba doon?
Yes,
And,
Mr.
I have taken the time of Senator Pimentel. You will be asked questions later on concerning that. Senator Pimentel, you still have the floor.
Yes, sir. Tsaka nalilimutan ko tuloy yung gusto kong tanungin. Pero anyway, ganito, sasagot kasi ni Yusek...
I'm sorry.
Sa sagot kasi ni Yusek Sebastian, sir, he mentioned already the word signals. May mga, yun eh. So all the more, we need the executive secretary before us so we can really ask him questions. Kasi pasok na tayo sa signals, hindi na ito in writing eh. So, yun na lang po yung final point ko. So I'd like to thank Senator Bato de la Rosa for giving me part of his time. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator De La Rosa has now the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maiksi lang ito sa akin, Mr. Chair, to customs. May nakuha ka ng data dyan about kung ilang agricultural smuggling cases that you have investigated, ilan dito ang nag-prosper, na-prosecute ng DOJ sa korte, and pagdating sa korte, ilan dito ang may conviction. So I need your prosecution rate and your conviction rate as far as filed cases or investigated agricultural smuggling cases. Kung meron kang data. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. We are completing the list, Your Honor, regarding the cases filed, Your Honor. We will submit, Your Honor.
Yeah, importante po ito, Mr. Commissioner, kasi nga, alam mo, ang mga tao, palagi lang sabi ng mga tao, pag may na-raid ang customs, balita ka agad na ganito kadami, ilang sakong bigas o ilang sakong sugar ang nakita sa bodega. Pero wala tayong nabalita ang follow-up news kung ito ba'y napaila ng kaso. Kung may napaila kaso, may nakonbikto ba? Kasi it is very important, Mr. Chair, dahil hindi lang customs ang involved dito. Pagdating dito sa mga problemang ito, we've been accusing customs of inefficiency, just like the PNP. Palagi nating inakusa ang customs na you're inefficient in your job, in your anti-smuggling efforts dahil wala na konbiktong mga malalaking negosyante, malalaking traders. Pero let us also observe na custom is just one part of the criminal justice system. Sila lang nag-imbestiga, pag-file noon, beyond their control na yung kaso na yun pag nasa DOJ na. DOJ na nagpo-prosecute. Then afterwards, kung successfully prosecuted by DOJ ito, pagdating doon sa korte, pag hindi ito na-convicto, sabihin naman ng prosecution, that's beyond my jurisdiction na. Sabihin ng DOJ, dahil ang korte na nag-decide yan. So somewhere along the way, yung ating criminal justice system, baka nakakontribute ito sa problema natin ngayon na lalong sumama yung ating ekonomiya dahil merong mga nangyayari along the way. Kaya Mr. Chair, gusto ko sanang malaman, baka mamaya, before tayo mag-adjourn, kung may data ka na, alamin natin for public consumption. Malaman ng publiko na ito talaga nangyari. This is the real situation. Huwag niyo sana sige diinan yung custom. Kawawa kami, sige kami trabaho. Pagdating doon, naariglo naman along the way ang kaso. Unless, of course, kung kayo mismo nag-ariglo dyan sa custom, hindi na umabot sa piskalya, naariglo yung mga kaso dyan. So, yun, makita natin yung kabuuhan ng sitwasyon. Kaya, bakit humantong tayo sa ganitong sitwasyon? Wala na. Hindi. Alam mo, before kayo magkaka-imbestiga dyan, isa pang kinatakutan ko na sitwasyon. What if magkakaroon ng collusion between and among dito sa mga sugar importers, itong mga sugar traders, at saka itong mga sugar millers, mga planters na local, at saka yung government regulating agency, yung SRA mismo, yung tatlo, mag-usap-usap ito, magkakaisa, para pataasin ang presyo ng sugar to the detriment of the whole Filipino consuming public. Isa yan sa kinatakutan ko pag nagkakakutsaba ito. Kasi ako nga, nagtataka rin ako. Nireklamo ng mga millers, ng mga local planters na sige import daw sige allow ang SRA ng importation. Ngayon, tumaas ang presyo. Kasi sabi nila, kami ang kawawa dahil sige sila import, bababa ang presyo, kawawa kaming local planters. Ngayon, tumaas ang presyo, nagreklamo pa rin sila. Kaya let's get to the bottom of this. Sana walang collusion between these stakeholders, itong mga local planters and millers, at saka itong mga traders, importers, at saka yung government regulating agency, yung SRA. Yun ang kinatakutan ko. But then again, kayo dapat ang magbigay ng cure dyan sa ganung klaseng sitwasyon. Here comes customs. Pag kayo nag-imbestiga ng smuggling, anyway, wala man ditong DTI. DTI should come in pagdating sa hoarding, sa price manipulation, doon sa cartelizing ng pagka-perform ng cartel nitong mga traders. Sa inyo ito. Itong smuggling. Kaya sana, mabigyan mo kami ng data. Ha? Dahil alam ko yung inyong hinanakit. Sabi nyo, kami lang palagi custom sinisisi dito sa smuggling. Actually, along the way naman, pagdating sa piskalya, doon naman nagkaarigluhan. Sabihin naman ng piskalya, kami na-prosecute naman properly yan. Pero pagdating doon sa korte, doon naman nagkaarigluhan sa mga judges. Kaya, Pabalik-balik itong problema na ito. So please, give me your, I'm not imputing malice to these pillars of criminal justice system. I'm not importing malice, pero just to clear the doubts of the Filipino people, pakita natin yung totoong sitwasyon. Give us the data. Ha? Yun lang. Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Senator JB would like to interject. You're given a minute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like to ask Acting Commissioner, ano pong status nila DEPCOM Teddy Rabal at DEPCOM Biner Bakiran? Are they still with the BOC up to now?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, DEPCOM Raval is together with me, Your Honor.
Nandito pa si DEPCOM Rabal. Pero siguro I would like to ask questions sa second round na lang, no? Mamaya po. It's good that he is here.
Administered, oh.
Rabal and Bakiran. Si Bakiran po.
DEPCOM Bakiran, Your Honor, is still with the Revenue Collections and Monitoring Group, Your Honor.
Sige po, Mr. Chair, during my second round, at least si DEPCOM Rabal is here. We will just ask questions later.
Thank you, Senator JB. Before we allow Senator Tulfo to ask his question, may tanong lang ako kay Commissioner. Katatapos lang nito marami kayong ginawang visitorial functions, ayaw niyong tawaging raids. Ito bang, nare-recall mo ba itong San Fernando Eric Commercial Incorporated bilang isa sa mga nabisita nyo? Yung warehouse nila? At saka saan ito? San Fernando Eric Commercial Incorporated.
Let me check my notes, Your Honor.
Asukal din yan, warehouse. Can anybody assist the good commissioner? Maraming staff ang commissioner. Let the records reflect that the Customs Commissioner is checking his email files to verify whether San Fernando Eric Commercial Inc.'s warehouse was indeed visited by the Bureau of Customs. Mas marami pa yung time mo kay Senator Bato. Was it visited? Was it inspected?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for giving me the time to consult my notes, Your Honor. Regarding San Fernando
Eric Commercial.
Yes, Your Honor. We found more or less $100.5 bags of refined sugar that have been referred or direct to or issued warrant of seizure and detention, Your Honor.
So, were those bags seized? Kasi
Yes, Your
sabi mo
Honor.
kanina, 15 days to present documents. Were they seized? Or are you waiting for the 15 days to lapse?
They are already under the custody of the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor.
How many bags again? 100.
100.5 bags of refined sugar, Your Honor.
So in terms of kilograms, how much would the total weight would be? Later on, we will be asking questions. And another one, Delmax Corporation, was this visited before I yield to Senator De La Rosa? Delmax Corporation and the location.
Yes, Your Honor. Delmax Corporation in Batangas, Your Honor. We found 225,141 sacks of imported sugar, Your Honor, and 9,100 sacks of local sugar, Your Honor, and necessary import documents, Your Honor. And the letter of authority is already being recommended for termination.
So it was padlocked.
It was padlocked for 15 days, Your Honor, pending the presentation of the import documents, Your Honor.
So again later, but can you convert that into kilograms? How many kilos would that be? Sacks lang yung binibigay mo eh. And later on, you will have the time. Senator De La Rosa would like to interject.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, this pertains to your raid or visitorial actions on yung isang budiga doon sa Davao. I just would like to get an update dahil yun nga, yung Coca-Cola plant ng Davao nag-shut down, nag-close shop sila dahil nakalagay pa doon sa karatula doon sa gate nila, the reason for the shutdown is no more sugar. Wala silang magamit na sugar. Ngayon, meron kayong na-raid doon sa Davao na bodega. Can you give me an update? Alam nyo, Commissioner, just some administrative concerns ba? I communicated with your collector sa Davao, Customs Port of Davao. At ang sabi nila doon, kasi gusto kong malaman, kung yung na-raid ninyo na sugar doon ay for use ba yun, for industrial use yun ng Coca-Cola plant ng Davao or for other purposes, yun lang kasimple. Sinabihan ko pa nga, being the Vice Chairman of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, please give me the report ng inyong raid dyan. Alam mong sagot sa akin through my staff, Commissioner, kinig ka muna.
Commissioner, please be responsive and polite to the senator while he's addressing.
Busy lang siya sa... But makinig ka lang muna. Sinabihan yung staff ko na dahil central, ganun na sila ka-stricto pagdating sa papilis. We should be transparent. Kung wala tayong tinatago, that's a public document. Spot reports are public documents. Sa PNP, kahit na ordinaryong media yan, yung media na may classification ng media mga astig na media sa taas at saka yung pinaka-local na nagsusumikap lang na media doon. Sa PNP, pagpupunta yung ordinaryong media sa police station, humingi ng spot report, bibigyan talaga yan. Bakit sa custom, vice chairman ng Blue Ribbon Committee, ayaw bigyan ng spot report ng customs collector ninyo doon sa Davao. Bakit? May tinatago ba kayo? Hindi ako galit sa'yo, ha? Hindi ako galit sa'yo. Nagtatanong lang ako, bakit yung collector mo doon sa Davao, ayaw ibigay yung spot report sa akin? Gusto niyang siya mismo, paliparin ko dito, pa-attendin ko dito ng hearing? Hindi naman ako nagpa-power tripping, Commissioner. Ako lang, gusto ko lang na makakontribute dito sa committee na ito na maging successful kami sa aming investigation. Hindi ako nagpa-power trip. Matagal akong very powerful physically and whatever. Powerful ako pero ayaw kong gamitin yung power dito para ipapaya kayo or pakita na siga kami ng mga senador. No, ayaw namin ganun. Kami lang, tulungan nyo kami na maging successful yung investigation na ginagawa ng Blue Ribbon Committee. Yun lang. Sabihan mo tawagan mo yung collector mo sa Davao na dapat you should provide records na hinihingi ng committee na ito. Huwag ipasa sa inyo. Dahil for the public document yan. You must be transparent in all those reports. Please, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, Your Honor. I will call the attention of the concerned official, Your Honor, and we will review the processes regarding that, Your Honor, and modify accordingly, Your Honor.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Senator Raffy Tulfo to ask questions. Senator Tulfo, you have your 5 minutes, and during the second round, we will allocate you additional minutes. Senator Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During the last hearing, Senate President Mix Zubiri wondered aloud bakit daw po walang nahuli at nakukulong ng mga smuggler. And I think that kind of sentiment is being shared now by all of my colleagues here. And that is the reason why I asked this committee during the last hearing to invite the acting commissioner today. And thank you for coming over. And I did a little research on you, Acting Commissioner Ruiz, and I found out that all your working experience life, they were all dedicated to law enforcement. Am I right? First, sa PDEA, you went in as an agent and then promoted, became an officer, and then later on, you were assigned to the Bureau of Customs, or somebody hired you to become one of the officers of the Bureau of Customs in your capacity as ESS director, which supervises the Customs Police. Am I right? And now, as the acting commissioner of Bureau of Customs. So kung pag sumasumahin niyo po yan, ibig sabihin malawak po ang inyong karanasan sa law enforcement. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Therefore, I don't want to belittle your impeccable experience in law enforcement. So having said that, I'm not going to tell you what I know. So therefore, you tell me what you know. And based on what you'll tell me, that's where I'll base my line of questionings. Fair enough?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, paano po nasasabi ng isa pong sugar permit ay recycled o hindi?
Let me direct, according to our processes, Your Honor, we coordinate with the Sugar Regulatory Administration, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
We coordinate with the SRA, Your Honor, regarding
SRA.
that importation. We
Okay.
verify the said permit, Your Honor.
So you verify with the SRA. Kaya ko natanong agad, diretsuhan po, yung tungkol sa tinatawag na recycled permit kasi palagi na nababanggit. Yan yung source ng smuggling. So bine-verify niyo po sa SRA. And sasabihin ng SRA, yan ay recycled, then good to go. Pupunta na po yung warehouse para i-raid or something to that effect. Am I right?
If it is still the import in the import process, Your Honor, the subject sugar or the subject goods will be subject to seizure, Your Honor. If it is still in the warehouse, Your Honor, we conduct a visit and then result in the confiscation of the subject goods, Your Honor.
15 days, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, di po ba mas tamang sabihin, hindi namin alam ano bang nangyari dito, ano bang meron dito, kaya lang makita mga papeles ninyo, you show us versus you show them what you know and what you have, and based on all those documents that you have, then boom, raid ka, nabulaga ka namin dahil ismuggle tong lahat nandito. Ito yung mga ebidensya namin at ito yung dokumento from the SRA saying na ito'y recycle permit lang ang ginagamit nyo.
Yes, Your Honor. Before we implement a letter of authority, Your Honor, we conduct necessary surveillance on the said warehouse, Your Honor, before the operating unit will introduce the letter of authority for signature. They have already conducted prior investigations, prior validations, and based on their application for the letter of authority, Your Honor, it is stated there what are the goods that they want to conduct a search on conduct a verification on, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry kung naging makulit po ako. Balik po tayo doon sa recycled. May bodega, halimbawa yung sa Subic. I think you raided the bodega in Subic. This was 3 weeks ago. Because of suspicion na recycled po yung permit, tama? What happened to that bodega? What happened to that raid?
Are we referring to the vessel, Your Honor? Ship.
I'm sorry, sorry. Okay. Yeah, to that vessel that you put on hold because of suspicion. Actually, it was Malacanang who made the announcement na recycle permit ang gamit ng vessel na yon na kargado ng mga asukal.
The subject vessel, Your Honor, is still under the custody of the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor. Our CIS is in the process of, they are in the investigation process, Your Honor, and upon completion of their investigation, they will submit their investigation report to my office, Your Honor.
Okay, pero, excuse me, pero 3 weeks na po yun eh. It's been 3 weeks. So up to now, hindi niyo pa po na-find out kung what's wrong with that. Have they not submitted to you documents? Kasi ang pagkakalam ko po, ang barko, 24 hours before na dumating po yan dito sa Pilipinas, nabibigyan po ng notice ang Bureau of Customs na merong barko parating. Tama? So,
yes, Your Honor.
based on that, dapat doon pa lang nakakapagawa na agad kayo ng research na itong barkong ito, ano bang laman nito, at ano bang permit na hawak nito, kasi po nandiyan na rin po yung tinatawag na bill of lading. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, bakit yung barko nandiyan na, in-inspection ninyo, and then it's been 3 weeks, and then hanggang ngayon wala pa ring findings? I don't think so. Siguro, sir, hindi naman ako nagmamagaling. Ano po? Hindi naman siguro nagmamagaling si General Bato. Kung binigay mo kay General Bato yan sa kanyang mga tauhan, itong problema, baka in 24 hours lang, nasolve na agad ni General Bato. Kung ano yung problema, kung talaga bang legit o hindi yung kargamento sa barkong yon.
Yes, Your Honor. What we have
Bakit
done...
kayo po abutin po ng 3 weeks? Ano pong hinihintay sa 3 weeks? Nag-aantay ba tayo ng tinatawag na, ano bang tawag noon? General Bato, yung... Bakit tumatawag, sir? Ha? Padulas bang tawag noon? Sabi po ni General Bato...
Pwede rin ano, pampatalino.
Patalino. Acting Commissioner Ruiz, excuse me, yan po'y galing sa mga kasamahan ko. Anyway, seriously speaking na, bakit po 3 weeks na hanggang ngayon? The reason why I'm asking this, because I'm also pro-worker, ano po? Because of that, marami po mga trabahador na natengka ang kanilang trabaho because they were expecting na pagdating ng mga barko, yung sugar dyan sa load ng barko, meron silang trabaho. At na-stop because of that. Now, do them a favor. It's either illegal ba sila o legal para malaman din ng mga may-ari ng asukal kung ipagpapatuloy ba yung pagtatrabaho sa mga trabahador, paantayan, or let go na lang muna sila dahil talagang walang trabaho sapagkat illegal yung mga kargamentong ipinapasok nila. So, my question to you now, sir, is legal ba o illegal yung mga asukal doon sa barko na nasa Subic? Sir.
Sir, based on the initial reports by our investigators, because let me give a brief background, sir, why it is taking more or less this long to wrap up the investigation. Our investigators have to coordinate with the necessary government agencies, Your Honor, related to the importation, Your Honor. We have to be thorough in this investigation, Your Honor.
Okay.
And then, rest assured, under my watch, there will never be any shenanigans that will happen, Your Honor. And going back...
Let me help you, sir, para hindi ka na mahirapan.
We will allow Senator Tulfo additional 2 minutes because that was taken from him by Senator De La Rosa.
Okay.
To be fair.
Tanong ko na lang po sa inyo, tulungan ko po kayo. Mismo Malacanang ata nagsabi na nakuryente po na yung pong barko na yon wala pong hawak na recycled na permit. In fact, yung permit nun ay okay. Tama? Mali?
Sir, based on the initial investigation, Your Honor, we found that the documents are in order, Your Honor.
In order. Okay. Kasi kanina sabi niyo po, inimbestigahan pa ngayon in order. So if it's in order, ba't hindi pa po ni-release?
Sir, the investigation report has not yet reached my office, Your Honor.
So you have to wait until it reaches your office. Okay. When is it going to reach your office, sir?
I have information, Your Honor, that it has already been submitted this morning. It was a holiday yesterday, Your Honor.
Okay. So ma-release po yun. Now, kung kayo po ay madaling magpataw ng penalty doon sa mga nagkakasala ng mga kargamento, ano po, may problema kargamento, dapat po may penalty din sa Bureau of Customs na nagkakamali, pumapalpak. In this time, very clear, pumalpak po ang Bureau of Customs. Wala ho bang penalty sa Bureau of Customs dahil sa pagkakamaling ito, dahil naabala po yung kargamento, naabala po yung mga manggagawa na kung saan sila po yung sasalo doon sa kargamento yun, sila po yung magpo-process nitong mga kargamento ng consignee. So, Wala ho bang penalty sa Bureau of Customs for that? Wala bang penalty doon sa mga kawani ng Bureau of Customs na nagpadalos-dalos?
It is part of our mandate, Your Honor, to verify if said goods are imported, Your Honor, and we have to diligently do our job, Your Honor, regarding that, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sir, pero hindi niyo po nasasagot yung tanong ko. Pero nahihirapan ka na at I don't want to add more anxiety to you. Pero I'm really frustrated. So, nagkamali po yung Bureau of Customs, nagkamali po yung Malacanang. Now, ano po ang gagawin ninyo dun sa pagkakamaling iyon? Paano naman po yung naabala na kargamento, yung consignee na naabala, na inosente naman pala sila, sila po ay ni-raid yung or hinold yung kanilang shipment at hindi nakapagtrabaho sila at yung kanilang manggagawa na apektuhan yung trabaho rin. Yun po yung question ko lang, sir. Simple lang po yun.
Yes, Your Honor. Upon if the investigation report finds no...
Makasigit din po, sir. Nakapagbayad din po sila ng demorahe. And we're talking about by the hundreds of thousands na po ang nababayaran ng demorahe, I would assume. So, yun po ba sasagutin ng Bureau of Customs o lista na lang sa tubig?
Approach your boss, the commissioner. If that is the deputy commissioner, pwede mo siyang lapitan. Tulungan mo kaysa magbulungan kayo ng pasigaw.
Let me ask the Deputy Commissioner for Operations, Your Honor, answer the question.
And who is the deputy commissioner for operations?
Deputy Commissioner Dibuco, Your Honor.
Has he been administered? Tapos na ba? Nag-oath na, Comsec?
Wala pa po, Your Honor.
Tapos na?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Can you state your name, some other personal circumstances? You're under oath? You can sit down. You can sit down.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am Edward James Dibuco, Deputy Commissioner for Assessment and Operations Group of the Bureau of Customs.
Ikaw yung tinatanong kanina ni Senator JB na pero hindi ka sumagot na nandyan ka. Ang sumagot ata yung isa?
Si Deputy Commissioner Rabal po yun, Your Honor.
So you're a new Deputy Commissioner?
Ano, Your Honor? Dati pa po.
Holdover. So can you answer the question of Senator Tulfo?
Well, regarding the demurrage charges, Your Honor, it's with shipping lines. It's not charged from the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor.
So pasensya na lang. So yung naabala ninyo, dahil sa inyong kapalpakan, naabala na shipment, naabala na consignee, pasensya na lang.
Well, Your Honor, yung visitorial power po kasi is granted, no? Provided under the MTA. In fact...
I'm sorry, sir. You keep on telling me about that visitorial power. Yeah, alam ko na po yun. Kaya nga, sabi ko nga, I don't want to insult your intelligence. Gusto ko kayo magsabi. Kaso yung mga sinasabi niyo sa akin, na nasusupalpal ko po eh. Ayoko naman kasi unahan ko kayo ng supalpal. So, gusto ko manggagaling sa inyo and then base sa mga sasabihin nyo, doon po ako papasok. And I thought it would be a walk in the park for you guys dahil kayo po yung mga experience kumpara sa akin. Ano po? Malalawak po mga karanasan ninyo. Ako po hindi. Pero lumilitaw, it seems to me na mas marami po akong alam sa inyo kaysa, di ba? Maybe it's because yung aking pong katanungan, bagamat simple, mahirap sagutin. Dahil kapag nasagot niyo po yun, talagang maipit po kayo.
Can you answer that, gentlemen? Can you answer that?
Well, Your Honor...
To your knowledge.
To my knowledge, Your Honor, we cannot limit po kasi the powers of the Bureau of Customs, no? Being a collection agency of the government.
Cannot limit the powers, but the powers is based on what is provided for under the law.
Yes, sir. But Mr. Chair, the visitorial power is provided under the law, and in fact, it is one of the exceptions to the search with warrants, no? So,
sorry, Mr. Chair. Alam mo kasi, ba't ko tinatanong to, Mr. Dibuco? Kasi in the past, we've heard a lot about harassment from agents of the Bureau of Customs na wala naman talagang problema sa isang warehouse. Wala naman talagang problema sa kargamento. Kung hindi, ang problema is paano mapuno yung bulsa ng mga agents na nagsisita. So, what I'm trying to do here is, binibigyan kita ng picture ba yung picture of harassment na palagi nagagawa po nagagawa po ng mga taga-Bureau of Customs. Yung bang tulad nito. So kung ganito pala, sabi mo, lahat, palaging visitation po yung binabanggit ninyo. So, everybody is open to harassment. Lahat po na may bodega is open to harassment. Kahit na yun po yung nakapagbayad na ng tamang buwis, kahit na walang problema sa bodegang yan, pwede pong puntahan yan in the name of visitation power. At pwede pong i-hold ang kargamento niyan. Pwedeng 15 days, hindi muna ma-deliver yung mga bigas dyan o agriculture products o any items whatsoever. Hindi muna kasi nga kailangan 15 days, kailangan pa mag-imbestiga. So, that's harassment.
Okay, can I answer?
Please proceed. Direction mo na yung
Yes,
sagot mo.
Mr. Chair, the leadership of the Bureau of Customs will definitely not tolerate that kind of practice, Mr. Chair. In fact, during the implementation of the letters of authority, we have representatives from other government agencies. For example, in sugar, we have representatives from the SRA and the DTI. So, harassment is I think not being tolerated, Mr. Chair, in our agency in the implementation of the letters of authority.
Okay, last na lamang po sa taga-Bureau of Customs. Okay, so harassment is not being tolerated. So how come yung po mga kargamento na wala namang problema ay sinisita pa rin, and then after 15 days ay wala palang problema, pinapakawalan din. That's harassment. Anyway, dyan lang muna yung aking question. Siguro mamaya meron pa. Is it okay, Mr. Chair? Meron ako isang katanungan kay Yusek Sebastian.
Please proceed. So, grant you an additional minute, Senator Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yusek Sebastian, si Yusek Sebastian, yung kanyang paa ay ginagalo-galo na. Huwag kang kabahan masyado siya. Simple lang ang katanungan, Yusek Sebastian. I just found out kanina na hindi ka po pala kayo resign pa. Because palagi sinasabi na kayo po resign. Kayo po pala ay pasok pa rin, ay member pa rin ng SRA, kaya lang suspended lang kayo yung inyong pong posisyon. Tama?
Department of Agriculture.
Sorry. Department of Agriculture, sorry. Department of Agriculture. Okay, put it on record. I was corrected and sige, thank you for correcting me. So, hindi pa po kayo talaga resign. Kasi po,
Preventively suspended, Your Honor.
kasi ang palagi ko narinig, palagi na-resigned, Yusek.
That is correct, Your Honor, because that
So,
was announced by Secretary Trixie that I have resigned.
So, did you resign or did you not?
I submitted my resignation letter, Your Honor, but apparently it was not accepted.
Irrevocable po ba yun?
No, Your Honor.
Hindi irrevocable. Bakit hindi po irrevocable?
That was not in my mind at that time, Your Honor, but it can also be like that, Your Honor.
That's all. Mr. Chair.
Interjection,
Senator,
Mr. Chair, dun sa isang tanong ni Sen.
Yes,
Tulfo, if I may.
Senator Ontiveros. But after Senator Tulfo, it will be the turn of Senator Grace po.
If I may.
Thereafter, Senator Jingo Estrada. Please proceed, Senator Ontiveros. One
Salamat.
question.
Yes, Mr. Chair, one question. Salamat po. Dun sa ni-raise na point ni Sen. Tulfo tungkol sa manggagawa. So if I could ask the representative, could you please confirm that 3 plants have already closed down at sa mga employees po ninyo, nagbabawas na ng working days? If we are talking about workers, we need to consider this, sir.
You identify
Good morning, Your Honors.
Coca-Cola?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Juan Lorenzo Tanyada, Corporate and
You were
Regulatory
here
Affairs.
before. Yes, you were here before. Can you answer the question of Senator Ontiveros?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to correct myself, Attorney Tanyada, 5 plants reportedly have already closed down. Can you confirm that? And also kung nagbabawas na ng working days sa mga empleyado nyo?
So, on a day-to-day basis, ma'am, we may be temporarily suspending operations in certain plants. So, if we are
those
speaking
5 plants?
uh,
5 plants ba, Attorney, kung saan kayo temporarily suspended?
Last I checked, ma'am, although this probably needs to be updated, there was a plant in Davao, an Imus plant in Cavite, a Zamboanga plant, and a Imus Davao Zamboanga. I believe there's another one. Naga. I'm sorry.
Is it Naga,
Naga po.
attorney?
Opo.
Uh-huh.
Opo. Naga po. And then,
So just 4 plants.
off the top of my head, there could probably be a fifth, Your Honor, but off the top of my head, I remember 4 po. 4 plants po
So
at the moment.
you're confirming to the committee 4 to 5 plants temporarily suspended. At yung mga empleyado sa 4 or 5 plants na ito, opo, nagbabawas na po ba kayo ng working days nila?
Okay, if the plants po are not operating, the workers po are not required to come to work, but everyone po is being paid their salary and wage.
I see. All right. Thank you for that, attorney and Mr. Chair and Senpo. Importante talagang i-consider ang mga usaping ito sa mga manggagawa. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Senator Antiveros. We now recognize the chairperson of the committee, Senate Committee on Franchises, Senator Grace Poe. Senator Poe, you're recognized. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, please proceed. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po sa ating mga pinag-uusapan ngayon. Ang nagiging sentro ng ating diskusyon ay yung mga nasa smuggle at yung mga maaring responsable dito sa mga hoarding. Subalit gusto kong matanong kung sino sa ating mga panauhin ang maaring sumagot nito. Alam ba ninyo kung magkano ang presyo ng asukal ngayon sa merkado? Magkano ang 1 kilo ng asukal?
Anybody from the SRA? And then we have, from the private sector, we have, I think we have Mr. Joseph Edgar Sarosa, and also we have, who else is from the private sector? The Millers, or from the National Congress Union of Sugar Industry, Mr. De La Rosa. Because we don't, Your Honor, we don't have a representative from DTI right now.
Exactly.
So, sino pong pwedeng sumagot? From the private sector, anyone from those I mentioned? Mr. De La Cruz, you're online. Mr. Roland De La Cruz.
Your Honor, thank you po for.
Where
if
are
I
you?
may, I'd be allowed to park on the roadside, Your Honor, because I'm mobile right now.
Maybe another resource
Yes,
person
Your Honor,
can
I
answer.
can already address the question.
Mr. Joseph Sarosa. Can you
Your Honor,
answer
good
now?
morning.
Have you parked properly? Who is
Your
now
Honor,
speaking?
good morning. I'm here.
Mahirap yan. I will not advise you to drive while talking. Otherwise, you will be arrested by MMDA officers. Who is now the other one? The one wearing blue? Is that Mr.
This is a very
Mr. De La
question.
Cruz?
Good morning,
Pakilala lang kayo
Your
para
Honor.
mabilis. Can you identify yourself?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Mr. Joseph Edgar Sarosa, the Vice President of Unified.
Yes, pakisagot yung tanong ni ano. Yes, pakisagot yung tanong ni Senator Grace po.
Sorry po, I didn't get the question.
How
What
much
was
is
the question again?
Mr. Sarosa, how much is a kilo of
Yes.
sugar in the market?
In the market po right now, retail, I don't know, but in the milling season, it gets to be bought, like last week, it was bought from us at 55 pesos per kilo last week. Ex-mill.
Okay.
Brown
Mr.
sugar, brown sugar.
That's brown sugar.
Yes, ho.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to manifest this that the local price of sugar, if you buy it in the market now, averages between 70 pesos to 115 pesos per kilogram, apparently. Okay, but I know I just checked now, and it's about 70 pesos. Now, would you know, or would anybody know, how much the international price of sugar is for white sugar?
Mr. Sarosa, you can answer that.
Sorry po, I do not have that information regarding the international price right now. I only have the price of what was bought from the farmers as of last week, which was on average 55 pesos per kilo ex-mill brown sugar.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is actually the tragedy here. DTI should be represented precisely because the international price of sugar is about 22 pesos per kilogram or 40 cents per kilogram. So in short, 22 pesos sa international market, patungan mo pa yan, napakalaki po ng disparity sa 70 pesos per kilo. Yun ay pinakamababa na nabibili natin dito. Sa Thailand, ang presyo is about 40 pesos per kilo. So napakalaki pa rin. Now, this administration, and we support this, is vocal about the importance of the SMS, the small medium enterprises to succeed. But if all these inputs, all of these basic commodities are so expensive, how are we going to be competitive, and how are we going to encourage them? Now, let me just show you an example here. If let's say we are able, Mr. Chair, 1 metric ton has about 1,000 kilos of sugar. So, kung ganito ang gagawin natin, kung 22 pesos yan, sabihin na natin, ipasa natin sa merkado, ibenta natin dagdagan na natin ng 20 pesos. So, sabihin na natin, 42 pesos natin ibebenta yan. At yung 20 pesos na extra, ibigay natin sa mga sugar farmers dito sa Pilipinas. That's still a lot of money that we can help to subsidize the sugar industry by being competitive. Mr. Chairman, this is an example. 1,000 metric tons is about, if we have it here, 1 metric ton is about 1,000 kilograms. So, if that's 20 pesos per kilogram for every metric ton that we are importing. Eh di ba sinabi nila na we are probably going to import 300,000 metric tons? Di ba parang initially yun yung hiningi. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman? 300,000 metric tons?
But later on, it was reduced into 150,000.
Correct.
As per anecdotal news reports.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, this is how much we can actually earn from, let's say, the extra 20 pesos per kilogram that we are going to give to the farmers if we are competitive. For the 300,000 metric tons, we are bound to earn 3 billion extra to give to our farmers. Kung 150,000 metric tons lang ang ating i-import dahil yun lang ang papagive to our sugar industry here to subsidize them, at the same time, our consumers will stand to still save 28 pesos per kilogram of sugar. So I don't understand why our policy is this way. Secretary Jokno, if I may quote him, said, "There are more consumers than sugar producers. In arriving at any policy decision, policymakers should always be guided by the principle of what's the greatest good for the greatest number." Clearly, the consumers, which are the greater number, is not receiving the proper support and protection from the government. Imagine, at 70 pesos that we are paying, sa merkado pala 22 pesos lang per kilogram dapat ang asukal. Patungan man natin pa yan para ibigay ang pera na subsidy sa sugar industry, hindi pa rin lugi ang ating consumers. So pati hindi na hearings, we can hear from the Department of Trade and Industry because this is under them that we consider these policies and the international prices of commodities. Sa palengke lamang po, kahapon, wala pong puting sibuyas sa merkado, at least doon sa palengke na pinuntahan namin. Noon po ang presyo ng puting sibuyas ay 40 pesos per kilo, pero ngayon nahuli yung mga ibang vendors dahil binibenta po nila ng lagpas 500 per kilo. So, isipin na lang po natin, pati po yung mga nagbebenta po ngayon sa mga fast food restaurants, meron na po silang disclaimer na sinasabi doon na wala pong sibuyas ang inyong burger. Pwede po ninyong palitan at gawing kamatis or extra na lechugas, pero wala pong sibuyas. I think this is clearly a policy problem, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, considering that basic commodities are hard to come by, and if they are available, we are paying 3 times more than the international price of these commodities. So, Mr. Chairman, I will continue my line.
We note Yes, we note the manifestation of the gentle lady. There is another resource person who can answer the price. I think that's Mr. Ruben C. And perhaps the Bureau of Customs can refer to the connection of the landed cost with the duties and taxes being paid to arrive at the price. With the permission of the good senator, can we ask Mr. C if he's around virtually to answer that question? Or are you ready to proceed to another question, Your Honor?
No, I would hear any inputs regarding this manifestation and my question about the international price of sugar and the disparity with how much we are actually selling sugar in our market here in the Philippines.
Mr. C, are you around? Can you answer that in 2 minutes? Yes.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair.
You're the one wearing white, right? Yes. We see you. We hear you. Please proceed.
The price of sugar, international sugar, if we buy landed Manila, Manila is about 35 pesos per kilo. So if that is including the freight and the insurance.
Okay, so
that
Mr.
is
C,
by container.
Mr. C, thank you for your response. May I ask for your designation? Who are you representing, sir? I don't see your credentials here on my screen.
Ay, sorry, ma'am. I'm president of Philippine Food Exporter and Processor Organization, PhilPoodEx.
So you're from the private sector. So
Yes, Madam Chair.
So
yes, Your Honor.
for the international price of sugar, adding freight and all the other administrative costs, may additional 13 pesos per kilogram. Siguro mga ganon, ano? Kasi kung 22 pesos per kilo in the international price, tapos ang landed cost dito ay 35 pesos, may 13 pesos na extra. Ano po yung 13 pesos na yon? That's for freight, what else?
Yeah, that's freight, and then the yung commission of the agent, and the insurance. Yes.
Okay. What is your suggestion, Mr. C, so that at least the price of sugar here in the Philippines, in the markets, will be closer to what it actually is being sold internationally?
Well, ang suggestion talaga namin sana mag-import, pero siyempre gusto naming suportahan yung sugar farmers. Ang industry kasi namin as exporter and food processor, ang gusto lang namin at least ang presyo not exceeding 50 pesos per kilo. to be competitive in international market. Kasi yung kalaban natin, yung Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, their cost is less than 30 pesos per kilo.
Okay, so actually Mr. C, no, kung sabihin na natin na merong 22 pesos 13 pesos administrative cost. So magiging magkano nga dito? 35 pesos
35,
landed
35,
per
madam.
so 35 35 ang landed, tapos kung dadagdagan natin ng 20 pesos, so magiging 55 pesos. Kaya ako dinadagdagan ng 20 pesos para mabigay natin halimbawa yung 20 pesos na yon sa sugar industry natin dito if we are to subsidize them. And yet, adding the 20 pesos, that will still be 55 pesos, which is still 15 pesos cheaper than the 70 pesos that's being sold in the market today. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, clearly, I think we need to, the DTI has to sit down and start doing some computations here because even if we add the 20 pesos that we are suggesting to our sugar industry, that's still about 3 billion pesos for 3,000 metric tons or 1.5 billion pesos for 1,500 metric tons. And it will still be cheaper for our consumers if we liberalize importations a little bit so it's more competitive. So what you're saying, Mr. C, is we need to liberalize importation a little bit?
Pag may shortage po. Pag may shortage. Pagka wala namang shortage, siyempre gusto nating suportahan yung sugar farmers natin para umunlad sila, lumaki.
No, I understand that. Basta may shortage, but not to the detriment of our consumers. We need to support also the consumers as well as balance the support that we are giving to the sugar industry. So, number one, Mr. Chairman, the way I look at this is it's really a timing of importation and not during harvest season. And number two, I really think that we can give the support that we are giving our local sugar industry by even adding a little bit of tariff in what we import. But that tariff will not even disadvantage our consumers because it will still come out cheaper if we just make the right computation or balance this. Because as Secretary Jokno, hopefully we can balance that. I support the sugar industry, but I also should advocate for our consumers, which clearly is the one. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your proposals, Senator Po. I think next in line would be Senator Jinggoy Estrada, who is around physically. You have the floor, sir. You have 5 minutes for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to propound some question addressed to Administrator Serafica. This is in furtherance to my question during the first Senate hearing regarding Section 2 of Sugar Order Number 4. Okay, my first question is, why do you allow or promote assignment of sugar allocations? Is that your idea?
Sorry, Your Honor.
By the way, you drafted this SO4, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I asked this question last hearing, and you answered in the affirmative.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you drafted this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So you're familiar with Section 2 of SO number 4. Now my question is, why do you allow or promote assignment of sugar allocations? Is that your idea?
If I may read Section 2, Your Honor. Qualified participants, industrial users, sugar producers, planters, associations and mills, and sugar traders that are duly registered with SRA as international trader for crop year 21-22 and in good standing are qualified to participate in this import program. provided that an industrial user must have complied with Memorandum Circular Number 17, Series of 2122, provided further that a qualified participant may assign its import allocation to another qualified participant. In this instance, the assigner is considered the importer on SRA record. As used in this instance, the assigner is considered the importer on SRA record. As used in this order, industrial users shall refer to food and beverage manufacturers using sugar in the manufacture of their finished products in the country of their domestic market. There are some industrial users, Your Honor, that they would rather do or assign its importation through an international trader. That is their prerogative, Your Honor. So they will just hire the services of an international trader to import for them.
Okay, are you aware that you're only by encouraging financially incapable or fly-by-night companies to participate and be given sugar allocations, fully knowing well that they will...
In the Memorandum Circular Number 17, all industrial companies were required to submit under oath their actual consumption from January to July of this year, Your Honor, and then from August to December on a projection. So whatever is their under oath, whatever is their project or actual consumption, it will be prorated whoever they are and how many they are, correspondingly to their submission of under oath documents, Your Honor.
Okay, for sugar allocations that were issued from the year 2018 up to the first half of 2022, can you submit to this committee the list of all the names of personalities that were given allocations, including their respective volumes?
We will comply, Your Honor.
When can you submit it?
On this note, Your Honor,
Do you have a copy of the list of names right now? No.
I don't have it with me, Your Honor, but I think I need the assistance of the committee to ask this from the SRA because I have no more access to SRA records since I am already resigned from SRA, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, can we please instruct the committee to acquire all those documents needed?
Can you repeat that, Your Honor?
The names of the personalities that were given allocations, including their respective volumes.
Committee Secretary is directed to secure the names and the corresponding allocations given to several traders pursuant to SO3 and previous allocations given by the SRA. So directed.
And likewise, kindly submit to us the list of names of all qualified applicants that assigned their sugar allocations and their respective assignees.
Likewise, per request of Senator Estrada, the same is granted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And as mentioned in the last hearing, may I know your reason for not requiring the posting of a performance bond in Sugar Order Number 4?
It will just add up cost as far as the consumers, Your Honor, in this case, because of cost of the rising cost now that the consumers are already undergoing, it will be an additional cost on their part when this imported sugar comes in.
But according to the Senate President, refundable naman to, di ba?
Even though it is refundable, Your Honor, it is still part of their cost of bringing in the sugar to the country,
So
Your Honor.
you are not protecting the interest of the government by not letting them post a performance bond, unlike in Sugar Order Number 3. Am I correct?
If I may just read the section 10 in this SO4, prohibited acts and sanctions, submission of misleading or false information or documents, non-compliance or violation with any provision of this order or any orders, resolutions or circulars of SRA shall result in the disqualification to participate in future sugar import programs of SRA. This is without prejudice to other penalties as provided in the SRA Book of Penalties and existing laws such as the Agricultural Anti-Smuggling Act, etc.
Senator Estrada, with your permission.
Yes.
If I may interject. Yung sinasabi nyo, Administrator, so magiging liable yung nag-violate, balit, doon sa dinraft yung SO4, the assignor is considered the importer. So, if the assignor is the importer, if the assignee commits a violation, who will then be liable? Is it the importer on record or the real importer who just received his assigned rights? Kasi nakalagay dito kaya magulo tong SRO4 nyo eh. The assignor is the importer of record. The assignee has no name. The assignor-assignee relationship is just between them. The relationship, the real nexus is between SRA and the original assignor. SRA has no relationship with the assignee. If the assignee violates, the violator is not the assignee, but per record, the assignor. The assignor now can escape liability because he has nothing to do with that. He already assigned. Yun ang magulo doon sa SO4, Mr. Serapika. Yun yung tinatanong ni Senator Estrada. Sino yung magiging liable? Yung actual na nag-violate o yung violator of record na hindi naman nag-violate? Pakisagot po yung tanong ni Senator Estrada.
Again, I go back to what is written on Section 2, qualified participants, Your Honor. Provided that a qualified participant may assign its import allocation to another qualified applicant. In this instance, the assigner is considered the importer on SRA record as used in this order.
Sinasabi ko, yung assigner, yun ang on record. On record. Pero si assignee, wala sa record. Halimbawa, ano na lang, tuhan ko ng prangkisa. Ang ginawa mo naman, nagkabit system ka. Ang nakabangga ng bus ay yung may prangkisa. Ang sasabihin yung kabit system, ay ito nakapangalan, wag akong habulin nyo. Ganun po yung tinatanong. Kaya ginulod nyo. Kinukorek na natin yung mga kabit-kabit. Ayun, kinabit mo ito. Parang kabit system ito ng mga franchise, mga bus, ng mga jeep. Huwag magagalit sa akin yung mga kakilala natin doon. Doon ka ba nakakuha ng idea na gawin na lang ganon?
Dito po, nilagay kasi po sa Section 2.
Ikaw nga naglagay.
The industrial user must have complied with Memorandum Circular number 17. And this is under oath, Your Honor. This qualification is under oath. That they have to submit their actual consumption from January to July
Who will
of
submit?
2022.
Who will submit? The actual importer?
The industrial users.
Mo na alisin yung dating nandun sa SO4 para pagpunta ng sa SO3, pagpunta ng SO4, wala na performance ban, yung assigner. We have to determine accountability and liability. In this case, you diluted everything. Pwedeng umiwas si original assigner, importer, kasi on record lang ako, ginamit lang ako, hindi ko na kayang ipagpatuloy. Medyo gumulo yon. Kaya siguro dinidiin ni Senator Estrada yung tanong niya.
Paboran na iba.
We do not do that. This is for all the industrials.
Muna yung tanong ni Chairman.
You may answer the question. Now, pasensya na napataas lang yung boses ko eh. You may answer the question softly, please.
Mr. Chair, again, on the qualification of the participants, it is well provided here in Section 2, Mr. Chair. That a qualified participant, after having complied with Circular number 17, may assign its import allocation to another qualified participant. In this instance, the assigner is considered the importer on SRA record.
And your Section 2 will not distinguish liabilities between the assigner and the assignee. Because it is only the original assigner has the original assignor has the legal relationship with SRA. Kasi siya yung nag-import eh. So, maging yung section 2 mo ay gumulo. Ito, kukunin ko na. Ayoko sanang sumali, Senator Estrada. Pero napunta tayo dito. Section 2, qualified participants, industrial users, sugar producers that are duly registered with the SRA as international sugar trader for crop year and in good standing are qualified to participate. What if the assignee is not in good standing? What if it is only the original assignor is in good standing? Hindi ba circumvention na po ito? Because the assignor is considered as the importer on SRA record. So you can only go after the original, the assignor. As used in this order, industrial users shall refer to food and beverage manufacturers using sugar in the manufacture of their finished products in the country for domestic market. So ang tanong uli dito, bakit hahayaan ipasa sa iba? Bakit in the original determination, ba't hindi pumili na lang ng mga qualified importers para hindi na... Tanong ko sa iyo although this is a gray area. Importer can assign to an assignee. Can an assignee assign to another assignee to have a sub-assignee? Hanggang ilang level yon?
It's only on one instant. In this case,
Nakalagay po dito yon?
in this case, Your Honor,
Sir, saan nakalagay dito hanggang isang assign lang?
well,
Wala.
in this case, Your Honor, there are documents that have to be submitted to us, to SRA. The act of assignment is documented.
So how many assignments can be done? Can an assignee sub-assign? Can a sub-assignee against sub-assign? Wala dito yon. This can be interpreted in another way. Nakatatlong assign na.
Only to qualified international traders that are registered with SRA in good standing, Your Honor.
International trader mo, yun yung sa original. But I have taken too much time, Senator Estrada. You can pursue your point.
continue.
Opo, go ahead. Go ahead.
Tinatanong kasi ni chairman, ilang beses ba pwede mag-reassign? Baka pwede nyo sagutin. Kasi yung sagot nyo, basta nasa good standing. O ilang beses pwede kayo mag-reassign? Dalawang beses? Tatlong beses?
For example,
isang beses?
If an industrial company, Your Honor, wants to split his allocation, assuming his allocation is 10,000 metric tons, he can assign it to 2 or 3 international traders of his choice. But these are all covered with deed of assignments that are submitted to SRA, Your Honor.
Paano yung kung pumalpak?
They will be liable to all of this.
That's why there is an importance of posting a bond. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Unlike in sugar order number 3, na meron talagang performance bond. Ito, basahin ko in section 8.2. In sugar order number 3, the bond may be returned to the industrial user or its trader referred to in section 3.2 pro rata based on the corresponding volume of important refined sugar reclassified as B or domestic market sugar, and only after full compliance with the provisions of this order based on the monitoring report of the regulation department. Bakit nyo tinanggal sa SO number 4? Pwede naman isoli itong performance bond. I believe that you are not protecting the interest of the government.
As I said earlier, during that time, my appreciation or my judgment was more on the added cost for the consumers.
Mr. Chair, I still believe that this person is not protecting the interest of the government by neglecting or by not including the performance bond in sugar order number 4. Magkano lang yun? Magkano lang yung performance bond? Kung inilagay mo dyan sa SO number 4, how much cost will entail the users?
Cost of money of these importers definitely will be passed on to the consumers. In this case,
magkano sa tingin mo?
I have no idea, Your Honor, the cost of money of the importers.
SO number 3, refined sugar imported under this order shall be subject to a performance bond of 500 pesos for every, ano ito? For every bag of refined sugar. The total amount of the bond shall be payable to the Sugar Regulatory Administration and shall be in the form of manager's check. The bond shall be made to answer for violations or non-compliance of this order and any orders, circulars, and resolutions of SRA by the industrial user or international sugar trader without prejudice to other penalties that the SRA board may impose and liabilities that may arise under existing laws, rules, and regulations. Again, yun pa rin ang sagot mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. As SRA administrator, have you taken steps to inquire from the exporting countries that the total volume of sugar that were in fact exported to the Philippines and validate the same against the actual volume of sugar recorded in the Bureau of Customs?
I did not research into that, Your Honor.
Why?
Because what we monitor is what comes in for every importation program, Your Honor.
Again?
When the importers submit their documents of their imported sugar, they submit all the data to the SRA, including origin of the port. These are documents that are being submitted prior to SRA's issuance of import clearances. When this imported sugar lands in our shores, Your Honor.
As SRA administrator, you should have taken steps to inquire from the exporting countries. Bakit hindi? Are you remiss of your duty as SRA administrator?
I am not, Your Honor. I have been doing my best in the exercise of my duties and function, Your Honor.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. Administrator. I would like to ask some questions to the newly appointed Commissioner of the Bureau of Customs.
Senator Estrada?
Yes.
Senator Estrada?
Yes, sir.
Are you referring your question to the Bureau of Customs or to the PITC? There is a PITC representative here,
No.
like the lady in beige who was requested to appear here.
No, I'll just ask questions to the Commissioner, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner, how many cases of agricultural smuggling were apprehended by the BOC from 2018 to up to the present?
Yes, Your Honor. We have more or less 125 cases, Your Honor.
How many?
125, Your Honor.
Okay, how many criminal cases were filed involving agricultural products?
125 cases, Your Honor.
Meron na bang nasintensyahan dyan?
All of the cases right now, Your Honor, are with the Department of Justice, Your Honor.
Because as far as I'm concerned, maraming mga kaso na nasa ilalim ng DOJ were dismissed because of lack of evidence and failure to actively prosecute those cases. Why is this so?
Regarding that, Your Honor, if we already filed the cases with the DOJ, Your Honor, it is already beyond the purview of the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor.
How long have you been in the Bureau?
I have been acting commissioner, Your Honor, for 35 days, Your Honor. But I have been with the Bureau of Customs as Enforcement and Security Service Director for 4 years, Your Honor.
You were in the Bureau of Customs for only 4 years?
Yes, Your
Up
Honor.
to the present?
4 years and more or less 4 years and 11 months, Your Honor.
Okay, can you please submit the complete list of all agricultural smuggling cases since 2008, since 2018?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you please submit it to this committee? Okay, my next question is, what are your mechanisms to monitor, to prevent and apprehend the use of recycled import permits to import sugar?
Yes, Your Honor. Since when I assumed as the acting commissioner, we have devised a system where we will be going online together with the Department of Agriculture and the SRA, Your Honor, where we will be for every importation, we will check with their minimum access volume, Your Honor, that is allotted to that company, Your Honor, and it will be online. We will be our respective collection districts will be provided access to that. Once there is a company that will import, we will check the remaining volume that they have, Your Honor. If they have already reached their volume, or if they have already exceeded their volume, they are not allowed to import anymore, Your Honor.
During the last Congress, former Senate President Tito Soto exposed some of the smugglers or the protectors in the Bureau. What happened to them? Did you file charges? And who is this Manuel Tan, Andrew Chang, and Luz Cruz? They're all allegedly, according to the former Senate President, they're all smugglers. Have you acted on this?
I have already directed our Customs Intelligence and Investigation Service, Your Honor, to review the investigations that we have against them, and if there is a need, and if the evidence is strong enough, we will file cases against them, Your Honor.
So you haven't filed any cases against them?
I do not have yet under my watch after we. I apologize, Your Honor. Please give me time.
No, I'm asking you. When you assumed office, did you act on this expose by the former Senate President?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what is the status?
I have already directed our CIIS, Your Honor, the Customs Intelligence and Investigation Service, to thoroughly gather evidence against them, so that once the evidence is strong, Your Honor, we will not be wasting the time of our the DOJ, Your Honor, so that we will be sure there will be a prosecution that will be, and conviction that will happen, Your Honor.
How many personalities are involved?
More or less, Your Honor, right now, the active cases that we have filed against, Your Honor, against 294 importers, Your Honor, and 76 brokers.
Importers of?
Importers, violators of agricultural products, Your Honor.
Like sugar, poultry, Andrew Chang, Manuel Tan, and Luz Cruz. These are all smugglers, agricultural smugglers. Kasama ito sa 294 na sinasabi mo?
Yes, Your Honor. But we will check the records, Your Honor. Let me check our records, Your Honor, and I will provide you the.
Can you please update this committee with regard to the status of the cases that you filed against these smugglers? These
yes,
alleged
Your Honor.
Smugglers.
Yes,
okay?
Your Honor.
At the soonest possible time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Estrada. Before we give the floor to Senator Ontiveros and then Senator J.B. Ejercito, mention was made a while ago by Administrator Serafica of SRA Memorandum Circular 17. Ang tanong ko po dito, yung memorandum na yon was addressed to sugar using industrial industrials, meaning to say beverage companies and food manufacturers. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, can you inform this committee what this document has to do with sugar producers for them to be registered with SRA as an international sugar trader? They are not beverage companies, nor are they engaged in food manufacturing. So, why were they included under the import program under SO number 4? Naguguluhan ako dun sa intention nyo kasi kanina you were referring to consumers. Pero ngayon, lalong gumulo. Although SO4 is no longer applicable, it was nipped in the bud. Again, the intention is rather fuzzy because of all these assignments, removal of import allocation, and now we have the sugar traders. Can you provide us what's on your mind, or if there is something that we cannot perceive here, medyo for future reference, so that this will not happen again?
Your Honor, MC-17 only applies to the industrials. This is the 150,000 metric tons that is allocated for the industrials. Yung isang 150,000 metric tons po, that is open to all sugar producers, federations, and other traders. This will for the consuming public and household consumers and institutional consumers in this case.
There is no way to have the for industrial be converted into conversion stage.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sigurado ka?
What is intended for the industrials will be used for their ingredient or raw materials for their respective products, Your Honor. And
the power was lodged in you alone, individually, laterally, under that aborted ng tawag ko, SO number 4. I think you've done your answering, Senator. Mali si Senator JV. Senator Hontiveros will now have the floor. Isa na lang before you proceed, ma'am.
Yes, Mr.
I'm
Chair.
referring to my previous notes. I had Attorney Beltran answer some questions a while ago, and it has something to do with the slides presented. Attorney Beltran, you signed a document before you resigned, and then you were given a chance to participate after you resigned. So, paano ba to? Medyo gumulo ito, and then you stated under oath a while ago, I forgot the exact time, that all these were done when you read the first 2 pages, Attorney Beltran. So, correct me if I'm wrong. You are a holdover of SRA, correct?
At first, Your
Then
Honor.
before, yung SR,
Yes, yes.
you were a holdover.
With the permission of the Honorable Chair.
Yeah, just you answer me yes or no. Holdover ka, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, you participated in that referendum after you were called to resume duties as a board member.
Yes, sir.
So, you parang sa sundalo, sa AFP, you were called to active duty again. So, the referendum, correct me if I'm wrong, I have a timeline here. The referendum on Sugar Order 4 was emailed to you at 4:59 p.m. on August 8
August 8, sir.
by the board secretary. At 5:43, on the same date, August 8, you emailed your affirmative vote.
Yes, sir.
So, all of this happened in less than an hour, sir.
Yes, sir.
You were able to decide on a very complex and novel issue. In hindsight, we're talking about the removal of the performance band, the allocation to a single individual of that power to reclassify, the assign-or-assignee controversy. All of this within a period of less than 1 hour, you decided in the affirmative. What happened? Were you under pressure? Ba't napabilis?
With the permission of the Honorable Chair.
Go ahead.
When I received this email, Mr. Chair, at around 4:59 p.m., it was addressed to His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., the Administrator, Serapika, and the rest of the members of the Board. With this presentation, it was made to appear, Mr. Chair, that the President will be signing also the sugar order, Mr. Chair. And also, in the last paragraph of this email, if you will note, because I was very particular of this, I was the one who brought this up in the previous proceedings.
I may cut you. You can proceed with your lunch. This is a working hearing, working lunch. So please proceed with your lunch. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, in this last paragraph of this email, this is part of the explanatory note. I read from here that the authority to convert the imported sugar from C to B rests with the sugar board. So I was okay with that. I've gone through the data provided to me before, because I was already given this data before, because I was called to Malacanang also on August 4, but I was not able to join their meeting. I was only in the holding area. So I was already informed of this data that was provided to me. And thereafter, Mr. Chair, the following day, Mr. Antes again said, requesting my to use my signature because it will be forwarded to the President for his signature as well. So all of this presentation or misrepresentation, if I should say so, a reasonable mind would believe that indeed the President will be signing the sugar order, Mr. Chair.
Because of that perception, you speculated that a signature is forthcoming. That's why you signed.
I am not sure if it was an speculation, Mr. Chair, because
Your belief, your strong belief that that a chief executive signature would be affixed. That's why you signed within less than an hour.
Not only that, Mr. Chair, I also read the email, Mr. Chair.
You just read 2 pages of the entire SO4
of
draft.
the SO4.
Yes,
But
so it's still a good faith belief that what you are doing then was right.
Yeah, it was the format of a sugar order normally, Mr. Chair, is the first part, which is the allocation, and the last part, which is the authority to convert.
But then again, there were several provisions that were there, not present in previous sugar orders, like the removal of the performance band, the assign-or-assignee provision, and the others, like the authority to reclassify by a single individual. So there were no red flags insofar as you are concerned. Everything is okay.
I missed that portion already, Mr. Chair.
You missed that portion.
Yes, Mr.
So you
Chair.
just read the first page, and the second page for you is where you will affix your signature. Am I correct?
The last page. The last page of the
last
sugar
page.
order.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I will now have Senator Antiveros. There is one question here with the permission of Senator Antiveros from Senator
Yes, Mr. Chair.
De La Rosa. Please proceed, sir.
Short interjection lang, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Beltran, you are representing the
Miller's sector,
Miller sector.
Mr. Chair.
Hindi ako abogado, ha? Pero kung ako'y pipirma ng isang document, siguro binabasa ko rin siguro from start to finish bago ko pirmahan. Pero I doubt your explanation na hindi mo nakita yung bandang dulo. Pumirma ka na lang diretso. Ako, hindi ako abogado, pero ikaw abogado ka man. Di ba, maniguro ka bago ka pipirma. Baka mamaya yung pinirmahan mo, i-death sentence yun on your part. Mamaya, di ba, Isang tanong lang, bago ako pipirma dito, hindi ba ako makukulong nito? Yan ang palagi nasa isip natin eh. Bago tayo pipirma, pirma ako ng pirma ito, baka makukulong ako nito. Baka I am signing my own warrant of arrest. Hindi mo ba naisip yan?
That is why, Mr. Chair, out of abundance of caution, I voted in the affirmative with the condition.
Hindi nga, I am
With
not
the
talking about
collective, Mr. Chair.
yung previous deliberations ninyo. Dito lang mismo sa is sugar order number 4 which your signature appeared here. It appears here, nandito. Kaya nga, ilang pages lang naman ito. 3 or 4 pages lang itong sugar order number 4 na ito. Hindi mo ito nabasa lahat, tapos pumirma ka lang dito. Yan ang ibig mong sabihin, na pumirma ka dito kahit hindi mo nabasa lahat.
Because in the as I previously explained, Mr. Chair, in their explanatory note in that email, it was already stated there that the authority to convert C sugar to B sugar rests with the sugar board. If I may be allowed, Mr. Chair, to read this portion, please.
No, we have that. We have that. That's a public record.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That particular, with the permission of Sir Bato,
Yeah,
that particular provision that you are attempting to cite is not peculiar to the attachment, affixation of your signature. Otherwise, if you sign there, subject to section blah 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 of this document. Wala namang ganun eh. Kaya kasama lahat yun sa mga previous sections. So, I think on record you're saying that now in hindsight, but we're not imputing any allegation of wrongdoing, that there might be an oversight on your part relative to your quote-unquote professional responsibility. But again, your signature is there. Senator De La Rosa.
Mr. Chairman, just to show you the SRA copy, no? Itong sugar order number 4 copy, every page bears your signature. Marginal. Yung marginal signature mo every page. So, you mean to say na pinirmahan mo lang itong kada page na ito without reading the page itself?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may. Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, my signature there is an e-signature, Mr. Chair, not my actual, because that is usually how we do it during the pandemic. So Mr. Antes emailed me requesting permission to affix my e-signature. So I instructed the board staff to vet on the documents, then affix my signature, Mr. Chair, because when I say they vet my documents, they will have to refer to my voting during the deliberation via referendum. That is how it happened, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, kaya you're giving me the impression na grabing maling akala from Yusik Sebastian to Administrator Serapica hanggang sayo. Grabing domino effect nitong maling akala na ito. Kaya ang bigat na maling akala ito. Lahat kayo, nawalop kayo ng isang maling akala. Mga abogado pa naman kayo. Hindi naman abogado yung iba, pero ikaw, specifically, ikaw mismo, abogado kayo. Kaya nawalop kayo ng isang maling akala. Lahat kayo tinamaan ng maling akala. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Salamat, Attorney Beltran.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator De La Rosa. Senator Rizon Taveras is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. May I ask questions of Mr. Pablo Lobregat, President?
Who else, Senator Ontiveros?
After Mr. Lobregat, huli na lang, Mr. Chair, si Attorney Guillermo Tejeda ng SRA.
Attorney Tejeda. So, Secretary, can you administer the oath? Can you please be seated here in front?
You raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you.
What
Salamat.
about Attorney Tejeda as the oath been administered? Thank you. You may proceed, Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So, una po kay Mr. Lobregat. Sir, meron po bang sugar hoarding ngayon?
I cannot say.
Founding this sugar fiasco.
Mrs. Senator, in my statement during the congressional hearing, I made a statement that said hoarding and smuggling are symptoms of a supply deficit. They are not causes.
So, speaking of the supply deficit, artificial ba yung sugar shortage?
I do not believe that it is artificial.
So, you believe that the sugar shortage is a reality?
I believe so.
All right, sir. There are allegations going around that no consultations had been undertaken with the stakeholders. Kayo po ba, kinonsulta ba kayo ng SRA? If so, ano ba yung mga rekomendasyon ng stakeholders? And kung may rekomendasyon, ano yung basehan ng rekomendasyon ng mga stakeholders?
Madam, I just want to clarify, are you referring to sugar order number 4, the defunct sugar order number 4?
Yes, I'm referring to SO4.
I remember that all stakeholders were consulted before the issuance of that order. I do not remember exactly what, or we do not know, because what the other consulted parties said, but I remember the PSMA did recommend 300,000. And I think I heard earlier that most stakeholders that were consulted.
The same or similar or a little less recommendation. Ano yung basehan ninyong mga stakeholders para sa rekomendasyong iyon ng 300,000 metric tons or a little less?
Usually we rely on data that is coming out of the SRA. There is a production bulletin. We also consult our members, for example, throughout the year, at the beginning of the year, in the middle of the year, we, for example, ask our planters how is their LKGTC, which is the number of 50 kilo bags that you can get in a hectare.
All right.
And last year, I remember because of the rains, there had been there was a little improvement from the previous year, but not very much.
Especially after Typhoon Odette.
Especially during Typhoon Odette and after Typhoon Odette, the rainfall, at least in Bukidnon and even Negros, was unabated. I mean, it was very wet. So these are things that go into our recommendation, and we could see, you can actually foresee early on if you're really going to get a good crop or a better crop or a bad crop. And we were hoping that the weather would dry up towards the end, and we did not see any improvement.
Malaking factor din talaga dito sa sugar fiasco na ito, yung panahon, yung weather.
Oh, definitely. Okay. In my presentation in Congress, I said that was the main culprit.
Okay.
You cannot blame the industry for the weather. We don't create it.
And since yung PSMA ay isa sa mga nagrekomenda ng 300,000 metric tons, ano ngayon ang tingin ng PSMA dun sa reduction ng sugar imports mula sa 300,000 metric tons o yung panukala sa ilalim ng SO4 to 150,000 metric tons o yung kasalukuyang proposal? Would this 150,000 metric tons ibababa ba niya yung retail price ng asukal sa 70 pesos per kilo? And even if
PSMA statement, because we have not met on that. This is very recent. In fact, we have to give recommendations on the 150. Personally, I think the whole process has been delayed.
Has been?
Delayed.
Delayed.
right? If can I expound a little bit?
A little bit, please, because I only
Sure.
have 3+ minutes left.
Sugar order number 3 was crafted early on in January after Odette because we saw prices starting to rise, especially refined. One of the causes of the prices going up was the delay caused by the TROs issued in Negros. As that refined that was supposed to come in March only came in practically May. The other thing that happened was the elections caused paralysis in most government agencies until the new administration came online. This is what I said in Congress. And all these delays added up, and now they are still crafting the sugar order number 2, I think, for this year. And this has all caused these prices to remain high.
And yung 150,000 metric tons proposed sa ngayon, ibababa ba niyan yung presyo ng asukal sa 70 pesos per kilo? And then, how long would it take, if at all, it would bring it down to that price level?
When it was being proposed during that meeting I attended in Malacañang, what was being pushed was 150, and I said, anything is better than nothing.
Better than nothing.
but
Is it good enough para makuha yung isang gusto nating makuhang mas murang asukal para sa mga tao at para sa food and beverage manufacturers?
Personally, I don't think so.
Okay. Right. Kanina, sir, binanggit nyo yung you rely on the data coming out of SRA. Actually, Mr. Chair, itatanong ko rin yun mamaya kay Mr. Tejeda. Pero lastly, Attorney Tejeda, kay Mr. Lobregat, who do you think is feeding the President with misleading information?
Not the President. I mentioned in my statement yesterday on CNN, I said Malacañang is being misled, right? And this was with reference to the raids that have been going on. After my first statement in Congress, I don't know why certain sectors felt that I was going against their opinions. And 2 days after, there was an article that came out in Manila Times that said, this was Mr. Lamata talking, said, they should be raiding also the mills in Bukidnon because the raids in Luzon are just the tip of the iceberg, right? And 1 week later, while we were attending the Philsutec, Bukidnon was raided, right? And they showed these pictures of
We acknowledge the arrival of the Senate President.
446,000 bags of sugar, which seems to many, of course, an enormous amount of sugar. But what I can say is, number one, this is all sugar produced in Bukidnon. Last year, Bukidnon, in our mills, we produced close to 3 million tons. We produced close to 3 million bags. So this will only last us about
each other coming from different sources about the supply running out. Actually, Mr. Chair, nabanggit ni Mr. Lobregat yung raids. I will also be asking Attorney Tejeda who is feeding Malacañang or who is misleading Malacañang in regards to the raids. So maraming salamat, Mr. Lobregat.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Could I please ask now my last questions kay Attorney Tejeda?
You still have about 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
Yes, salamat, Mr. Chair.
Senator,
Opo. Attorney Tejeda, sino po yung nag-uutos ng mga BOC raids or inspections sa mga bodega?
Mayang hapon, Your Honors.
Mayang hapon po.
Good afternoon. The Sugar Regulatory Administration actually is not privy to the inspections of the Bureau of Customs until after the raid have been conducted.
Well, nabanggit nga rin po ni Acting Commissioner Ruiz kanina na nagko-coordinate sila sa SRA dito sa mga inspection o raid na to. So, sige, kung pagkatapos nilang pumasok or mag-inspect, your mic, sir.
They do not categorically state who ordered, but from the point of view of SRA is that like that one in Subic, the raid or the inspection, I mean, was conducted maybe sometime the afternoon until evening, and personnel of the Bureau of Customs would actually came to the office on a holiday to seek a verification whether the shipment is cleared by the SRA. What really transpired was that I was shocked myself to hear the news that my signature appeared on that certain clearance from the SRA, which was claimed to have been faked.
So sa inyo pala yung pirma na finake, hindi
Yeah.
yung isang intriga na lumabas ng maaga sa sugar fiasco na
The clearance was of my signature, precisely that I readily cleared that it was a shipment, well, under sugar order number 3.
So tanungin ko sa inyo, Attorney Tejida, yung isang, ibahin ko ng konti, yung tanong ko kay Mr. Lobregat, sino sa tingin nyo nag-mislead sa Malacanang tungkol sa mga raids or inspections?
I cannot categorically state, but this could have been prevented if
Yes.
the SRA was alerted ahead of time of these clearances, because as I can notice, based on the 25 August 2022 letter of the BOC addressed to the acting administrator now, Mr. Alba, most of those raided or inspected either belong to participants of SO3 or are also registered international and local traders. But these are all, of course, subject to verification, because at SRA we do not conclude that there is no hoarding here, there's no smuggling here, provided that our records would be consulted in this regard.
Subject at hindi dapat sanang naging subject ng raid or inspection. I totally agree. A lot of this fiasco could have been prevented by better handling at different levels. Attorney, gusto kong i-establish kung yung sugar shortage ay tunay o peke sa pamamagitan ng data validation. Yung veracity ng data ng SRA, sabi kanina ni Mr. Lobregat, pinagbabasihan din ng mga stakeholders sa kanilang mga rekomendasyon. Totoo ba? Tunay ba yung mga datos nyo sa SRA? Maaasahan ba yan? Your mic, sir.
Of course, Your Honor, these data are the ones being used by the stakeholders during stakeholders conference, and these data were products of what we call the sugar monitoring system. We come up weekly, or at least approximately weekly, of the supply and demand situation of the country. And these production bulletin are cross-checked with and we also monitor before release are covered by what we call sugar release orders. And these are validated by our regulation officers who are there in the mills daily.
Salamat, Attorney. And kahit kami sa Kongreso, we presume regularity. Yung ibang, just a quick segue from Attorney Tejida, Mr. Chair. Yung ibang stakeholders, kanina tinanong ko kay Mr. Lobregat kung kinonsulta sila. Is Mr. Raymond Montinola of CONFED here? Pwede ko rin bang itanong sa kanila if they were consulted? So it looks like he is not here, kung tama po ako. Kung hindi, to my last question.
Comsec, can you
yes,
answer
Mr.
that?
Chair.
Comsec, can you answer that? Who is still virtually present?
Is Mr. Montinola of CONFED around?
Let's see.
Not around, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We
Kung
have,
ganun-
Senator Antiveros,
Yes,
we have
Mr. Chair.
other resource persons from the private sector.
Yes,
We
Mr.
have,
Chair.
Mr. Jesus, Attorney Barrera from the Philippine Sugar Millers Association.
Same organization as Mr. Lobregat. Yes,
I
Mr.
think
Chair.
he is present physically. And then we have Mr. Roland de la Cruz, National Congress of Unions in the sugar industry.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Could we ask Mr. De La Cruz then?
Yes. Mr. de la Cruz, are you physically present or online?
Your Honor, I'm online right now. Your Honor.
Ikaw yung
Good
nagda-drive
afternoon po.
kanina pa, di ba?
Yes po. I'm on
Nasa
my way to
parking ka na ba?
Union.
You're still mobile.
Sorry, sir?
You're still,
No
parang
po.
gumagalaw ka pa.
Not,
Saan ka ba?
Okay.
not anymore,
Saan yung
sir. Not
apart?
anymore. I'm in the meeting venue.
Okay.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So just to my last question kay Mr. De La Cruz then, sir, kayo po ba ay kinonsulta ba kayo? Kayo po ba ay kinukumbinse or nilinlang ba kayo para maniwala na gusto ni Presidente itong importation? Kung kaya't nagkaroon ng rekomendasyon ng 300,000 metric tons of importation?
Your Honor, for the record, we were not involved. We were not part of the consultation process, despite the fact that we represent the workers in the sugar industry, as well as I also sit as a member of the Stakeholders Consultative Assembly. But for the purposes of Sugar Order Number 4, we were not a part of the consultation process, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. De La Cruz. Napaka-importante nun, Mr. Chair, and I really would reiterate the point raised earlier by Sen. Tulfo na stakeholder ang sugar workers, employees, yung mga union. At dapat sa ganitong ka-importanteng issue ay kinukonsulta sila regularly para din hindi maulit yung ganitong klaseng fiasco, Mr. Chair. In my last few seconds, just for the record, Mr. Chair, would just like to manifest that what is clear to me so far is that many things are not clear. And it also seems that many powerful forces are at play. Bakit po may discrepancy sa issue ng paano nalaman ng Executive Secretary ang SO4?
Yung binigay mo yung galing sa
Bagay,
Kasi,
maliit na bagay.
Hindi, nasa ano?
I think
Nasa
there's
baba.
one mic,
Sige,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Amy, I think you should unmute.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Maliit na bagay,
You should
no?
mute, you
Yung
should mute.
maliit na bagay, sasabihin nyo yung discrepancy sa issue ng paano nalaman ni ES. Pero it shows lack of candor, which hearings like these expect. What is the ES hiding? What information doesn't he want the public to know? Also, why all these raids or visits on bodegas, tapos malalaman in the end, the import permits are in order and the mission is terminated? Who is feeding the President or Malacanang wrong information? Is the Executive Secretary feeding the President wrong information? Is the President caught in the crosshairs of opposing camps? Di kaya usapin lang ito ng nag-aaway na mga kampo, Mr. Chair, with some groups wanting to change the leadership of the SRA or limit the number of importers to a select few. Hindi ba trabaho ng ES na protektahan ang Pangulo? Hindi ba dapat gatekeepers sila of these competing interests so the President can make policy decisions unfettered by political considerations? Kaya kailangan po talaga makarating si...
With the permission of Senator De La Rosa and Senator Padilla, the Senate President would want to question first because he has a meeting with the Department of Foreign Affairs. So with your indulgence, we recognize the Senate President who was the prime mover of this investigation. Had it not been for his privileged speech, we will not be having lunch here. So the Senate President is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat, my dear colleagues and our dear participants of today's hearing. I wish I could have one whole day to explain to my colleagues the intricacies of the sugar industry. Yung sinasabi po with due respect to our dear colleague in the minority, Senator Risa Ontiveros, malalim yung usapin nitong sugar industry na ito. In good times, nagkakawatak-watak sila because kanya-kanyang income yung millers, kanya-kanyang income yung planters, yung traders, etc., etc. In bad times, they come together, they call themselves the Sugar Alliance. When taxation is upon them, may sugary tax and sweetener tax and all that, then we unite. No, unfortunately, those are the only times that they unite when there's a problem with the industry. Today, there is a problem with the industry because there are claims of low supply of sugar, which is conflicting by different organizations. the farmers will always err on the side of, I would say, conservative importation. Kasi syempre, pag nag-import kayo ng import, alam naman po natin sa sibuyas, sa kamatis, sa iba't ibang produkto, gulay, pag nag-import tayo ng import, galunggong, babagsak ang presyo ng importation, ay ng presyo ng locally produced natin na produkto. Now, when we talk about federations, Your Honors, talagang may nag-aaway-away dyan. That's a normal federations and planters groups, nag-aaway-away. So let's filter that out. Let's take out the noise. But before Senator Risa leaves, I know she leaves, with due respect to my dear Deputy Minority Leader, I truly believe that the President is doing a great job in terms of looking at the needs of the farmers, ang kapakanan ng ating mga magsasaka. Kaya nga pinigil nga niya yung importation kasi gusto niya malaman ano talaga ang halaga na kailangan i-import at hindi lang palaging import lang ng import. So I want to put that on record. I feel that he's done the best job so far in the last how many years I've been here in the Senate in terms of handling this issue. And he's been calling meetings in Malacanang with different stakeholders to come up with a win-win solution. In fairness to him, to come up with a win-win solution. Now, one of the stakeholders meetings, even Mr. Lobrigat was there and he was present, representing the PSMA. What is clear here is that those stakeholders meetings were not considered coming out with SO number 4. We did not have, and it was clear, we did not have those meetings, and it was clear also that the workers' unions were not informed, the planters, the millers, wala po nun. They're coming up with a number given several months ago, January. The situation January is different from the situation today. So definitely a stakeholders meeting was needed to come up with such a large amount of importation. Second, on the issue of Vic Rodriguez, let's let him answer your questions when he comes on the next meeting. Ang akin lang, let us look at possible solutions to this perennial problem of sugar shortage. Last year, my dear colleagues, and you all know that we were hit bad by 2 typhoons, particularly in the sugar area, producing areas. One was, of course, Typhoon Odette, and the other one was Typhoon Agaton, which hit us and basically inundated many sugar areas. So that's why we have a shortage for this year. But normally, maliit lang po yung shortfall. But this last administration of the SRA, Your Honors, has had the penchant of wanting to import and import at the detriment of our small farmers. Kaya, we have to make sure that the importation is legal, that the importation is above board, and that the importation is necessary. Kaya natutuwa po ako na nandito po ang ating Bureau of Customs. The raids, with due respect to Ma'am Risa, I'm in favor of those raids. Why? Because I would like to always err on the side of government when it comes to anti-hoarding, when it comes to anti-smuggling. Because if they show the papers, they have nothing to be afraid. Di ba? You always say that tayo mga politiko, we're willing to sign bank secrecy laws. Because kung wala naman tayong tinatago, huwag tayong matakot. So, ang gusto po natin mangyari, ito mga importers, traders, yung mga bodegas, pati mga sugar mills, it's not considered a raid. It's an inspection. It's not, you can look at it that way. It's an inspection or a raid. Under the law, SRA has the power to inspect all these bodegas. Under Republic Act 10845, that is the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act, the BOC and other government agencies have the power, okay, to visit and inspect traders and importers of agricultural products, and let me quote, rice, sugar, corn, pork, poultry, garlic, onions, carrots, fish, cruciferous vegetables. This is the first time I've heard there was cruciferous vegetables in its raw state or have undergone simple process of preparation and preservation. Nasa batas po yan. Hindi po illegal ang ginagawa po nilang inspection. Kasi para malaman po natin, mga kababayan na nakikinig po na yun, kung yan po ay hino-hoard for price manipulation o kung yan po ay illegally smuggled into the country. Kaya, tama po yun. Yung nangyari sa Thailand, kung may papeles po yan, di magpaliwanag po sila. Pagkatapos nun, release po yung produkto. Pero ang importante dito na yun, mga kababayan, my dear colleagues, is that if there are, and I was interviewed, as a matter of fact, I'm maliciously being implicated to the sugar in the Bukidnon raids. I don't have a single bag of sugar there because I no longer I'm involved with sugar. And my participation is to protect the small farmers and Bukidnon. And you can confirm this, former Administrator Serafica or Mr. Lobrigat. Bukidnon is the second largest producer of sugar in the country next to Negros Occidental. Kaya maingay ako dito kasi pinaglalaban ko ang maliliit namin na magsasaka sa Bukidnon na may 1 hectare, 2 hectares lamang na agrarian reform beneficiaries. Kasi sila po ang kawawa pag nagkaroon po ng price manipulation, hoarding, o smuggling. Kaya, balikan natin yung facts of the case. There is a call to import sugar dahil may kakulangan ng asukal. Pero subsequently, under the inspection, let's call it inspection, no longer raid, if you want to call it in another name, raid or inspection by the BOC and the ESAP. I do not know if we were able to invite the ESAP here, Your Honors. But if the ESAP will show there are several bodegas all over the country with a number of sugar stored in these bodegas. Sugar sacks or bags or yung meron doon tonelada, which is the wholesale delivery of sugar, which they repack into smaller containers. Now, we have to ascertain that there is enough sugar with all these inspections of bodegas to be able to say that we do not need to import at this point in time. So that is my question today, Your Honors. I want to concentrate on that. When I want to ask now the BOC, to Mr. Tejada, or whoever is here to represent the Bureau of Customs together with the raiding parties, yung mga pinakita kong mga litrato last week na napakaraming asukal, together with the ones in Bukidnon. I know Crystal Milling and Bukidnon Sugar Milling Corporation was also inspected. They also have about 60 plus or 70 plus thousand bags in their bodegas. I would like to find out now what is the estimate total number of sugar that was located in this particular raids or inspection by the BOC, ESAP, and other government agencies. Can anyone answer me on this issue, gentlemen and ladies?
Yes, Your Honor. Regarding the Yogi Ruiz for Bureau of Customs, Your Honor. Regarding the raid in Bukidnon, Your Honor, the inspection in Bukidnon, Your Honor.
Hindi, lahat-lahat na. What is your name, sir? You are Mr. I'm sorry, I can't. My eyes are very bad. I cannot.
Yogi Filimon Ruiz, Your Honor.
Okay. Commissioner Yogi. Yeah, could you tell us all overall, no? Overall. Bukidnon is only a tip of the iceberg. But you went to Quezon City, raided bodegas in Pampanga, in Bulacan, Davao, all over. So, in your assessment, what is the total estimate? Kasi kung tatanungin mo lahat ng stakeholders na nakausap namin, walang sugar daw. Except for the farmers that are claiming that there's enough sugar.
Yes, Your Honor. The total number of sacks for imported sugar, Your Honor, 479,981.5 sacks. For local sugar, Your Honor.
Saan po yan nahanap, Commissioner?
This is for all the inspections nationwide, Your Honor.
Well, is there a possibility that we can play the pictures once again? Saan ba yung pictures? Is it with the committee secretariat?
Yes,
yung
yes.
pinalabas natin last week na pictures. Papakita ko po sa inyo to, Commissioner. I do not know if you were participating in all these raids. But
Can you do that, Comsec?
that is more than 400 because the 460 plus, Bukidnon lang yun, I think. Yung
Yes, Your
isang-
Honor.
Ito, ang dami pong mga na-raid na bodega.
Yes, Your Honor. That's for the imported sugar only, Your Honor. There are also local sugar, 696,028 sacks for a total of 1,176,000 sacks of sugar, Your Honor.
For all the, and you can, how many raids or inspections were done?
31 inspections, Your Honor.
And which areas were these,
These
general areas, take the
general
provinces?
areas, Your Honor, for nationwide coverage, Your Honor.
So 1 million, you're saying 1 million, kasama na yung sa Bukidnon?
Yes, Your Honor.
1 million?
1,176,000 sacks of sugar, Your Honor.
Sacks of sugar. This is all refined.
All refined, Your Honor.
How about raw sugar?
We do not have the data for raw sugar, Your Honor.
So, will you be able to come back to me and tell us if there was raw sugar? I'm sure there was raw sugar kasi
Yes, Your
ito
Honor.
mga
I will.
bodega is, may we recognize, Mr. Chairman, Congressman, Mr. Pablo Labregat.
Good afternoon,
Yes, you may
Mr. Senate
proceed, Mr.
President.
Labregat.
If I may answer the question for raw. The 446,000 inventory of crystal sugar is all raw. And if you were to convert that into tons, that is about 22,000 metric tons.
So that was the one that was still in the bodegas of Crystal Milling are
It's
still
in the
raw.
bodegas, but I did mention earlier that that is only 15% left of what we actually produced, right?
May I ask, Mr. Lobregat, why is it still in the bodegas?
We are loading trucks as fast as we can. In the last 10 weeks, we have been loading at a rate of 10,000 bags a day, right? So the 440,000 bags are only going to last for another 45 days.
Of which you'll start milling already.
No, that will be the first week of October. There's going to be another month without milling.
The reason why they mill late in
Yes, we
Bukidnon,
like,
Your Honor, is that
we want to mill late because of the
rainy season.
No, rainy season. But there's another important fact here, Mr. Senate President, if I may inject here. The PSMA sent all the senators this document, which is the sugar production bulletin of August 7, early in the month, just this month, okay? There should be something coming out sooner. And on page 4, there is a raw sugar balance by mill district. For the entire Philippines, there is only 142,000 tons in the total country. Mindanao has 42,000, Panay has 13, Eastern Visayas 3, Negros has 78,000, and Luzon, which is the biggest consumer, has only 4,879 tons. If you want, I can convert that into LKG, but it's all there for your perusal.
To correct the perception, Your Honor, that is locally produced.
Yes.
This is not.
This is raw. I'm only talking about
raw sugar.
Okay?
Yes.
And our average monthly consumption is anywhere between 170 to 200,000 tons, right? In other words, by the end of this month, there will be practically nothing left of raw in the mills, which is what we consider the buffer stock. We need to have 450 tons of sugar, raw and combined, to carry us over for the next 3 months, September, October, November, when milling is only ramping up, right? We need to have the carryover stock. In other words, this year we'll practically have nothing of carryover stock. What sugar is left is in the pipeline. The imported sugar, for example, that is in the bodegas of the industrial users and the traders that have their bodegas with sugar, which is refined, that is sugar or raw, that is what is left in the pipeline. And that's not very much. And this is
That is remnants of the SO number 3.
That's included. and which is not really available. For example, what was raided in Cavite yesterday that I read in the newspapers was 350,000 bags. It sounds a lot, but that's only 17,000 tons, right? And what we're saying is this is the main reason why we, when we were consulted, we gave the figure of 300,000 tons because we felt that that was what was needed to bring up the carryover stock so that the prices would not be too high.
But that is the reason why we need to inspect SO number 3's remaining balance of sugar. So we know how much sugar is still in the bodegas that have not been shipped out. I think it is to the miller's advantage that the imported sugar is distributed to the industrial users as soon as possible. Is that correct? You're a miller.
Let me
Yes.
correct it. The imported sugar that was brought in is already owned by the industrials. When they want to use it is not our concern, right?
But I'd like to put on record in our previous meeting,
Yes.
when we asked Coca-Cola, wala naman silang natatanggap. That is exactly the reason why we're having this meeting, is also because are we allowing importation given to particular importers that are not going towards their intended user or demand, or the intended demand user. And it happens. I mean, we've noticed that there's a lot of pole vaulting that is happening, and because of the high prices, it's one of the reasons why we're trying to figure out if they're pole vaulting and not selling to the intended user and actually selling to the local market at almost double the price.
Mr. Senate President, when we were consulted about the importation, we only base our recommendations based on things like the production bulletin. We look at the overall picture. It's a very difficult task even for SRA on how to allocate any,
Yes, but-
any imported sugar.
But to hasten, because I only have a limited time frame, Tito Pabs, I call him Tito Pabs. So you've seen me in short pants. Your Honors, I grew up in their farm, Bukidnon. But you agree with me that it is possible. I mean,
What is possible?
That there are importers that import and do not deliver to the intended beneficiary. It is possible.
I
In
don't
the
think
realm
so.
of possibilities.
Well, I think you saw some leaks of imported sugar that ended up in bodegas where they were not supposed to be.
Correct.
But those were just in the hundreds of bags.
No,
Right?
these are-
But in general, if you're talking about SO3, whoever imported is going to keep it for himself. He's not going to let anybody else get it.
No, because the problem is we give the allocation to the importer. We're trying to find a way also, our system, through this committee, where we can recommend to the SRA a better system, and which I mentioned in Malacanang, and the President also mentioned that he would like that the SRA issue the permit for large-scale industrial users and let the large-scale industrial user find the importer. So that way, silang dalawa na lang nag-usap, wala nang intergovernment, wala nang government intervention. That is also a possibility. Like if Coca-Cola needs 50,000 metric tons, then issue them a permit, kao na bahala, you bring in 50,000 tons. And it's already direct importation on their part, so that there's no more tongpots, there's no more talk about traders
I agree.
coming to
I
the
am not against industrial users importing directly.
Yeah, therefore, that is part of the discussion that we're looking at here. Baka mas maganda nga na we come up with reforms in the industry. And
The PSMA would like to participate when there are any consultations.
yes. Kasi let's also put it on record. Some PSMA members also are importers. Is that correct?
Yes, even I participated during the replenishment program.
Yes,
Well,
absolutely.
let me explain. We were only importing what we exported. We exported to the US and we imported only the same amount back in. We don't, I personally do not like to deal with industrial users only because they take long to pay.
Yeah, but
I'd rather get paid in cash. I don't want to wait 90 days, 120 days.
yes, but that's why that was where the predicament is, diba? The millers are also sometimes importers, and traders themselves. Eventually, what happens, Your Honor?
There is nothing really wrong.
There's nothing wrong.
Everything is
Correct.
above the table. I mean,
Unless the intended user does not receive the sugar. Let's say you bring in 1 million sacks, but 100,000 sacks, you pole vault to another bodega and you sell later at a higher price. It happens. I've been too long in this industry to know that doesn't happen. Let's get rid of these leakages and loopholes which are detrimental to the farmer. Now, I'm glad that there are producers here that can answer. What is the farm gate cost of raw sugar before the milling ended? Of course, it's artificially high now because there's no sugar, but let us put it at last May, before we ended the milling season in Bukidnon and in Negros. What was the farm gate price for farmer per kilo? Was it around maybe 40 to 50 pesos per kilo of raw sugar?
I remember sometime in May when we ended, the last price we were paying was something like 2,300 per 50 kilo bag.
So 2,300 divided by 50 pesos. 1,300 divided by 50 pesos. 46 pesos.
46 pesos per kilo.
Okay. How much is the tolling fee when you refine it per kilo? I mean, when you go to a refiner, I know you're not a refiner. I know Busco is the refiner in Bukidnon. When you want to refine raw sugar into refined sugar per kilo, what is the cost? 10 pesos? 15 pesos?
I know that you get a yield of about 92% from 50 kilos, so you only have about 8%.
A rough number. Could you give us a rough number per kilo?
You would have to pay a tolling fee of about approximately 300 pesos at that time.
Per bag?
Per bag.
Okay, 300 pesos per bag. So 300 divided by 50. That's 6 pesos. So 6 pesos plus 46 pesos raw sugar, that's 52 pesos. So, question is, when it is being sold, and alam po ng SRA ito, it is sold at an average, at that time when there was supposedly no sugar shortage, this is being sold at 80 to 90 pesos per kilo in the supermarkets. Correct? At 80 to 90 pesos per kilo, the trader is the one making a killing at almost 30 to 40 pesos per kilo. That is the problem, Your Honors. Ang problema dyan, napakalaki ng kita nitong mga traders na ito pagdating ng asukal sa merkado. Kaya, ipinaglalaban po natin dito ang ating mga magsasaka and sugar farm workers. Kasi, pag magsira ang farm, wala na rin trabaho yung sugar workers, yung mga tapasero, sakada, lahat. Yung mga mill workers, syempre, apektado din sila if they have no sugar to mill. Because the fact of the matter is, when it is no longer feasible or profitable to plant sugar, people will shift. That's a phenomenon in Bukidnon. That's why there's more pineapple, more bananas being planted in Bukidnon. The sugar areas are getting smaller and smaller dahil napakaliit po ng kita ng ating mga magsasaka. They'd rather deal with Dole Philippines, Del Monte Philippines, or whichever, para ma-convert nila yung lupa nila from sugar to banana and pineapple. Kaya yan ang problema ng industriya. We have to make it profitable for the farmers and also profitable, pero wag naman sobrang laki for the traders kasi sila po naghahatid sa merkado nitong asukal na to. So it's a very complicated situation, Your Honors. But the fact of the matter is, the farmers are only selling at the highest ever being sold before the end of the milling at 46 pesos lang farm gate. Di ba po, Your Honors? 46 pesos lang. Eh kung lumalabas na 100 pesos yan na yun, hindi kasalanan ng magsasakayan. Hindi kasalanan nila yan. So, I'd like to ask a report from the BOC. Can we give the committee a report on the amount of sugar that was already inspected? Is it still ongoing, Your Honors? Are you still locating sugar? That is your mandate and you can still do so. Are you still doing so?
Yes, Your Honor. We are presently still in conducting inspections, Your Honor.
And please do so. We have laws that will protect you from doing so, making these inspections. It's always best to err on the side of the law and the farmers. Yan pong utos ng ating Pangulo to make sure na walang hoarding, na walang price manipulation, para sa ganun ay maibaba talaga natin ang presyo ng asukal. And for the record, Your Honors,
Yes,
Mr.
Your
President, for the record, I really laud the efforts of Malacanang in this situation. There are sectors that are trying to portray illicit conspiracies. But the fact of the matter was, they are asking for a plan. What was given instead was a sugar order to import. The president stopped this and called it illegal. And the president wants the farmers to take advantage of his newfound mandate as the secretary para tulungan natin long-term ang ating mga magsasaka. That we no longer need to import if it is possible. There are many issues. Mahabang usapin yan. Baka under the committee of Senator Villar, we can discuss how we can increase production and yield of our farmers and make it more profitable to them para hindi sila lilipat sa ibang mga produkto. Ang importante po dito, magkaisa po tayo. All farming or all sugar association federations, I'm making an appeal to them. Because right now, it's a mess kasi nag-aaway-away sila. One is calling one Pinklawan, the other is calling the other mga Marcos loyalists and all that. I think we should stop calling each other names. If you want to help the farmers and the federations, let us come up with the bottom line scenario of helping the industry. Let us help each other, to all our sugar farmers and federations. And I think we can all stand on that. Tigil na muna natin yung away. Let us come up with a better system of importation, a better mechanism for the SRA to say if we really truly need to import so that the farmers will not lose their income and lose, of course, the opportunity to earn a bit of money of their farms and their products. I think that is the most important that we have to, the most important message that I would like to share with everyone in the industry today. Let us stop right now the black propaganda against one federation over another. I think tigil na natin yan. Let us come up with a solution to correct the mistakes of the past on the sugar importations that we have done, if there were any, and come up with a long-term plan to really help not only the farmers but also the millers. For example, let us help Crystal Milling come up with their own refinery instead of tolling to another refinery, or other companies in Negros that have no refineries. In Brazil and in India, all the sugar mills, almost all of them have their own refineries. Para sa ganun, yung raw sugar pwede nang ibenta as bottle-grade refined sugar. Hindi na natin kailangan mag-import. So yun lang po, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate the participation of all the sugar stakeholders. I believe Mr. Lobregat would like to be recognized.
Mr. Lobregat,
Thank
new
you.
arrivals here, I'd like to recognize the presence of former Speaker of the House, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Very good.
What would be the essence of your additional statement, Mr. Lobregat?
I would just like to agree and support our Senate President for new solutions to all our problems. I would just like to reiterate what I wanted to say in the Congress, which is the big problem that we have today is the weather. If you look at the news today, they say in Spain they are going to produce 50% less olive oil this year. If you remember, Indonesia stopped the export of palm oil for a while because everybody, when push comes to shove, they will keep their production for themselves. And it's very important to discuss the self-sufficiency that the country must try to attain in every crop. I have some proposals that I would like to discuss with you guys in private, but that's for another day. Thank you.
We note that. Thank you, Mr. Lobregat. We recognize likewise the arrival of our minority leader, Senator Pimentel. Next to ask question would be...
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
before you recognize somebody, may I be excused from the meeting? You know that Secretary Manalo is coming over this afternoon to meet the members of the Senate and hopefully ask for his help for his Commission on Appointments hearing on Wednesday. May I be excused, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, but can I also be excused in that meeting? Because I will be
Yes, Your Honor.
continuing with
Mr.
the
Chairman,
proceedings.
before the Senate President leaves, and I'd like to congratulate him for his privileged speech and bringing this up. Just before this, Senator Padilla brought up a very, very, very good point because SRA is a GOCC. So, ang kailangan ma-appoint dyan from a short list from the GCG. Maybe through the Senate President, we can also make a representation na hindi muna ipapadala ng GCG yung kanilang short list sa Malacanang nang hindi na co-consult yung stakeholders.
Actually, the new appointments were endorsed by several stakeholders. Not all, kasi as I mentioned in the beginning of my speech, the sugar industry is made up of many players, no?
But yun po, sir, ang
Opo.
point ni Senator Padilla.
Yes.
Mukhang illegal yung ibang appointment sa ngayon kasi hindi pa nagsasubmit ang GCG ng shortlist. So, panay acting lang sila.
Okay.
Because under the GCG law. So, I'm happy that Malacanang, as a fact, consulted the stakeholders. But wala sa law ng GCG to consult the stakeholders. But baka through your leadership, that's something we can change.
But I'll promise you that each group will give up their own name. each federation and plant association will give their own names. Kaya in the end, the president will eventually have to
Yes.
decide.
But more or less, the job naman ng GCGs, pag binigay nila yung shortlist, ipapakita lang sa association na wala silang, na walang kumbaga may veto power sila. Na wala doon na tulisan, to put it that way.
Definitely.
Diba?
I totally agree. And we've been doing that. As a matter of fact, that's why they met with the president, the different stakeholders met with the president, and Mr. Lobregat was there in the meeting in Malacanang.
I'm
to
talking in
discuss-
general, Mr. Senate President, kasi like, as we investigated last Congress, di ba? Ang
Yes.
PhilHealth, dumaan lahat ng GCG yan. Pero kita naman natin yung dami ng scam
Oo nga.
sa PhilHealth. Maybe because hindi rin nakonsulta ang mga doctors, nurses association, mga health. Thank Chairman
Thank you
Tolentino
for the
and the
information.
Senate President.
For the Senate President leaves, can I hold him for 120 seconds till? Part of your privileged speech, Your Honor, is the Office of the Solicitor, Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, and part of your speech, Your Honor, has something to do with the functions of the OGCC. Can you give us, in 2 minutes, the gist why the twin injunctions issued by the courts in Negros cannot apply nationwide? Your legal opinion there, OGCC. And your name, please.
Good afternoon. Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon, Mr. Senate President, and to the members of the committee. I am Manuel F. Santos Jr. of the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel. Yes, Your Honor, the position of the OGCC enforceable only within the territorial boundary, only based on Section 21 of Batas Pambansa 129 or the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended under said original injunctions that since the RTC which issued the two regional trial courts which issued the injunction orders are located in Negros Occidental, which in turn is located in Region 6, then the sugar importation activities can proceed outside of that territorial jurisdiction, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm not a legal luminary like yourself. I'm kung sa Bisaya, murag abogado ba? Parang abogado lang sa nag-aaral. But in the United States, when a lower court issues an order, it is applied throughout the United States. If there's an injunction at particular government, evidence to what you have said, Your Honors, by the Supreme Court.
The legal precedent that we found, Your Honor, is that there is one case involving a judge located in RTC of Marawi, wherein he was penalized, which is located here in Manila, to issue a check to a certain foundation, Your Honor, to a certain organization, Your Honor. So the Supreme Court penalized the judge for issuing a writ of preliminary mandatory injunction outside of his territorial jurisdiction, Your Honor.
So this has not been questioned yet. This has not been has this been a case? Has there been a case brought to the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeals on like a particular issue?
No, we are not aware of any case, Your Honor.
So if there's, for example, hypothetically, let's say there's a complaint against PLDT or Smart or Globe, let's say by a consumer in Negros or in Bukidnon, complaining about poor quality or signal or reneging from their commitment to interconnect so and so, and there's a TRO given by the courts in Bukidnon or in Negros or Cebu, it is not applicable throughout the whole country?
Yes, Your Honor. That is the express provision under Section 21 of BP 129, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The OGCC, please take note that perhaps there will be contrary and alternative opinions because you were the ones who were enjoined. Your office, and your office has a national jurisdiction. Your office has no limited jurisdiction in Negros. It can be argued that way. Otherwise, you'll be saying that all the regional trial courts in the Philippines should issue an injunction likewise or the Court of Appeals. But what if it is an RTC where the corporate office, headquarters of a sugar plant is located? What would be the implication? So just hold your legal perception there. Senator Pimentel, our bar top notcher, might have a different opinion. So we'll discuss that during the next meeting. I just want you to express that in the presence of the Senate President. Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We have here the presence likewise of, before we ask Senator De La Rosa and Senator Cayetano, we have here the presence of the PITC. Senator Villar, is Senator Villar present now virtually? Senator Villar, are you present, ma'am? The chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture. If she's not around, you were required to be present today because of some concerns that some funds of the SRA were channeled to your agency. Is that correct? And that you were likewise involved in sugar importation. Just those two questions.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Yes, there was a fund transfer of SRA in the Philippine International Trading Corporation, but that was in 2019. So I came into PITC just November of 2021. I don't have personal knowledge, but I have seen through the reports that there have been projects of SRA in PITC. But when I came in, only one was not yet paid, but it was all liquidated, dispersed and liquidated by March of 2022, Your Honors.
Can you specify the said projects? We have here the presence of the former SRA administrator.
Can I just check on my...
So there were projects completed and there are still projects pending and there are still amounts lodged in your office. Is that correct?
At this point, Your Honor, no more pending projects with SRA. All has been liquidated, sir, by March of 2022.
And the last one was?
And the last one was implemented before I came in, but I was...
Involving?
Sir, come again, sir?
Involving which project? Procurement? Importation?
Sir, it's a project po of SRA to PITC.
Concerning?
Concerning harvester, sir.
So that's for the farmers under the SIDA law of 2015.
Opo, sir. Yes,
and the
sir.
amount involved?
The total amount involved for SRA projects with PITC is 494 million, Your Honor.
494 million. That
Yes,
was
sir.
the last one. Can you confirm and affirm that, Administrator Serapica?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I intercede, Chairman? I'm online.
Yes, I was speaking on your behalf because we We had the lady from PITC waiting here since this morning. We recognize the virtual presence of the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, the Honorable Cynthia Villar.
Yeah, I want to manifest that if you are going to do mechanization, you ask PhilMec to do it, because that's the agency of the government in charge of mechanization. In every law that I pass, it's PhilMec which is implementing. So I'm just curious why they go to PITC. Oh, because the Department of Agriculture has a mechanization agency that is PhilMec. Oo. So why are the people always going to PITC? Even DNR, when they have a project on establishment of composting facility and plastic recycling facility, they go to PITC. And then it took them 6 years to implement. So I'm just doubting already why they go to PITC. Are there things that of the Department of Agriculture that is in charge of mechanization?
SRA, can you answer that?
This issue on the farm machineries only happened once, Your Honor, and there was no subsequent procurement undertaking with PITC, Your Honor.
But under the SIDA law, you're supposed, Mr. Serapica, under the SIDA law, you're supposed to implement it yearly. There is a budget for that. Under the SIDA law, you failed to implement it. The only time you implemented it is you gave it to PITC.
Any answer, Mr. Serafica? Or would your silence mean that you agree?
This procurement only happened once, Your Honor, and during that time, way back in 2018, there was a MOA that was presented to the Sugar Board for approval.
A while ago, you mentioned 2015. Now it's 2018?
Sorry, Your Honor?
You mentioned 2015. Now you're saying it's 2018.
2018, Your Honor, not 2015.
But there has been a budget for mechanization since the enactment of the SIDA law, and they are not implementing it. The only time they implemented it is they gave it to PITC. So that's kind of weird. Okay, thank you.
PITC, anything to add? Bakit po kayo lagi ang gusto ng mga government agencies?
Sir, I cannot speak for that, sir, because I only came in 2021 November, Your Honor. So, although in our reports that I have with me here, the fund transfer of SRA to PITC was February of 2019, Your Honor.
So it's not 2018. Previously, it was 2015, then 2018, now it's 2019.
Sir, maybe because there is a MOA, the MOA should come before the fund transfer. So MOA might be in 2018, but the fund transfer came of 2021, Your Honor.
I have no further questions to the lady from PITC. I think Senator De La Rosa, next in line. Thereafter, Senator Pimentel. Senator De La Rosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one rejoinder. Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Pablo Lobregat, sir, I've been listening intently to your exchanges between you and Senator Risa Hontiveros, and also between you and the Senate President. And you seem to wield so much authority on what you are saying. So, following your narrative, sir, nasabi mo kanina that there seem to be no hoarding activities happening around because the results of the Bureau of Custom raids or inspections only shows around the 10% or 15% of the inventory of the what is supposed to be the sugar level that we have a sugar supply level that we are supposed to have at this point in time. So, sir, tanungin ko lang diretso kung following your narratives, kung hindi lang sana naharang ng Malacanang yung sugar order number 4, hindi siguro ganito kataas ang presyo ng sugar ngayon, because if sugar number 4 was materialized and pumasok yung supply ng sugar, so obviously the price should have gone down. So kung hindi yung naharang, okay siguro ang presyo ng sugar ngayon, hindi ganito kataas. Just your opinion, sir. I just would like to ask you on that.
Mayong hapon, sir. Hindi naman sa hinarang ng SO4, no? Like I said, I mentioned that ang hinarang was SO3 first in January. Dapat pumasok yan sa Marso. Kung pumasok yan sa Marso, I think it would have calmed the perception that there was not going to be a deficit or a shortage of available refined sugar, right? What further delayed it, and this is what was in my presentation in Congress, was the elections created paralysis in many government agencies. SRA was hesitant to issue sugar order number 4 because sugar order number 3 was still pending at that point. They were scared that pag nag-issue ka ng sugar order number 4, you're already in contempt of court, right? Hindi pa na-resolve yung sugar order number 3, right? So there was a delay, okay? And when the go-ahead was given to come up with sugar order number 4, for me, in my opinion, it was already late. We have passed on to the Senate the same presentation that we gave in the Congress, and we showed this chart here. I don't know if the Secretariat has our position papers and all that, and they can show it. By that time, the sugar was already too high. You're going to have to dampen that price. You can't fight a big fire with a hose. You're going to need a big fire truck to douse that fire, which was the price.
Yes,
So,
sir.
But again, this is what I said. This was an inherited problem of the president. He only came in June. This was going on already, right? And so maybe, I said, I have no opinion on the validity, legal validity of whether the signatures were wrong or they did not have the authority to sign. But I reiterate that sugar order number 4 had a valid rationale, which should have been implemented even 2 months before.
Yes, sir. So, yun nga, the reason why, according to Administrator Serapica, parang lumalabas na minadali nila yung sugar order number 4 dahil nakita na nila yung looming situation na talagang nagkakaroon na shortage ng supply. Kaya minadali niya yung pag-drop at saka pagpapapirma ng sugar order number 4. So granting, ito lang, just your opinion. Kung hindi ito, halimbawa, nakita ni President Marcos, ito naman pala, inassume na lang ni Serapica at ni Yusek Sebastian yung responsibilidad para, kasi nakita nila malaking problema talaga pag, yun nga, may problema na tayo sa sugar order number 3 na delayed, kaya nakakaroon ng shortage. In order to remedy the situation, according to Serapica, minadali nila itong ISO number 4. So kung nakita ni Presidente na ito very laudable itong ginawa ni Serapica at ni Yusek Sebastian, go na ito para ma-remedy ang situation. Do you think hindi tayong ganito ngayon kahirap, walang coke plantation, Coca-Cola plant na mag-shut down? Do you think mag-normalize ang situation kung nakalusot yung ISO number 4?
Number one, it would have given a different perception to market forces. It would have given, in other words, uy, may papasok na, so makakahinga, makaka-relax na. Diba? Okay lang. Diba? And then, of course, depends on how fast that sugar could have come in. At that point, probably it was still cheaper or it was still available. Because today, it's difficult to get sugar because Thailand is not milling. They will start milling in January or December, right? If you're going to have to get sugar, if you can get 150,000 tons in, you're going to have to scrape from Thailand, from Indonesia, and probably Malaysia. And if you can't get it there, then you're going to have to go all the way across the Pacific to Brazil and maybe some South American country, which is already out quota, which carries a 45% tariff instead of a 5% tariff within ASEAN. But yes, if it was signed, I think it would have calmed down the market. Okay, the guys that had sugar, if you're saying that people were holding sugar, at this point in time, if you have sugar, you're selling your sugar. This is a jackpot. These prices show that last year, the price of refined was 53. Today, we're only marking it at 95, but sometimes it's lower. All these groceries that they're saying that you can buy sugar at 70 pesos, you go to the grocery. If you buy more than 1 kilo, they'll say, no, hindi pwede. You cannot buy more than 1 kilo. Right? What does that show you? There is a shortage.
Thank you, sir. Maraming salamat for that explanation.
Daghang salamat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Salamat.
Can we now have Senator Coco Pimentel, our mathematician?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kunin ko na rin yung balance ni Senator Bato.
We'll have, we'll have the balance of Senator Bato and Senator Cayetano.
Thank you. But actually, wala kasi si ES, Mr. Chairman. Marami kasi ako itatanong sanap sa in aid of legislation na lang din sana. Andito na ako physically present na Administrator Serafica, a former admin. Magtulungan tayo on the legislative part, no? Saka na muna yung accountability part, no? Yung composition ng SRA. Do you think do you recommend after having spent mga around 4 years ka as administrator in the, more or less?
Since 2017.
So for 5 years pa nga. So do you recommend that we expand the membership to represent the different stakeholders in the sugar industry?
Well, personally, Mr. Chair or Your Honors, it's, basing on EU 18, unless otherwise, there will be very extensive consultation among the stakeholders because the essence of EU 18 already represents the industry, the miller sector and the farmer sector. But if you want to expand it to the consumers and the other users, that will be studied carefully and with due consultation with the stakeholders, I suppose, Your Honors.
Sige, sir. Thank you for your answer. Precisely, yung concept nyo pala talaga ng stakeholders, very, very narrow, very, very limited. I think it's time to expand the concept of stakeholders. And I would like to believe, kaya kami nag-hearing dito ngayon, is because reklamo ang consumers sa presyo nga ng sugar. So, from wala akong normal price. What is the normal price before the issue? Normal price, then 110 pesos per kilo. So naging at the forefront ngayon ng issue ng sugar because napakamahal. And then bumaba at 70 pesos per kilo today. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hindi dumating yung hindi dumating yung 300,000 metric tons ng SO4 eh. And yet, napababa ang presyo from 110 to 70. Can somebody explain? What happened to the emergency? Na supposed to be emergency, pag sinabi emergency, kung hindi natuloy SO4, yung 110 should have even gone up, pero bumaba. So, yes, sir. Mr. Lobregat will give us the answer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senator. I was in the Malacañang meeting when there was a voluntary offer to make available 1.5 million kilos of refined sugar by URC. I don't know if there were subsequent offers also to make additional sugar available. I think the Victoria's Milling has also made offers to bring down the retail price of refined sugar. URC does have retail outlets. They have supermarkets. I don't think Victoria's has its own supermarkets. But I told them the Philippines consumes about 180,000 tons a month. Okay. If you put in 1,500,000 kilos, that sounds like a lot. But if you convert the 180,000 tons a month, that is 180 million kilos. So you tell me if 1.5 million is going to make a dent when the requirement is 180 million kilos. I mean, I'm not belittling their donation or offer, right? But this is why I don't know how many supermarkets are selling at 70 pesos.
Correct, correct, sir. Kaya nga ganito, if you go back to the basic economics principle of supply and demand, so are you telling this committee that the 70 pesos per kilo is an artificial price?
Yes.
That's your. So somebody is absorbing a loss when it sells at 70 pesos per kilo.
Not necessarily a loss, an opportunity to make more money.
Yun, precisely, an opportunity to make more money. So at 110 pesos per kilo, who is having this opportunity to make a lot of money?
Mr. Senator, I do not want to accuse.
Importer.
Senator Villar, would you like to interject formally?
I just want, yes. I just want to manifest that during the time of when we wrote the RTL, the price of rice rose to 60 pesos per kilo. And then we wrote the RTL, we liberalized the importation of rice. It has never risen to 60 pesos per kilo. Kasi noon, may exclusive right na mag-import ang NFA. And yung nabibigyan niyang mga importer, kinokontrol ang presyo. May cartel. So nung i-liberalize, hindi na nakontrol ng NFA. Ngayon, misikailan hindi na tumaas ang presyo ng bigas more than 40 pesos per kilo. Sometimes, kahit ka magpa-import, pag nakartel yung supply, tataas ang presyo. Why will the prices go up more than 70 pesos when it's cheaper to import and the cost of sugar in the Philippines, as they said, is something like 52 pesos? Baka tataas ng 100? Mas mura pa yung imported na sugar. Di may nagko-control ng supply. So, yun ang problema natin. That when we allow exclusive to importers, they control the supply and they raise the price. Hindi talaga because mas mahal ang sugar, but because nako-control yung supply. That's what happened to rice. O kaya tinanggal namin yung exclusive right of NFA to allow importation. Nung tinanggal yun sa NFA, nawala na yung pagtaas ng bigas eh. Ngayon, hanggang 40 na lang ang bigas eh. Noon, nag-60 eh, noong 2018 eh. Kaya nag-liberalize tayo ng importation of rice.
Thank you, ma'am. So for my education, if our resource persons can comment on my question.
Mr. Senator, I just want to make a statement that the sugar industry is the most organized agricultural product in the country. We did not want these high prices, and this is why we were pushing for importation when we saw that there was a need to balance the supply and demand requirement. But there were many things that prevented this. That was explained very clearly in my congressional presentation, which I think we gave, it's on YouTube, but we also gave this to the Senate. It's a very short explanation, very simple to understand, and I called it the perfect storm. We got hit by a storm which paralyzed Negros momentarily, but it did have lingering effects on refined sugar production. Then an importation program was delayed. Sugar order number 3 was delayed by a TRO. The elections happened. There was paralysis in the government for a while. I mean, paralysis in quotation until the new administration took over. And this is why prices were alarmingly high. And we were trying to stop this by bringing an importation program. We were saying from the very beginning, there is going to be a big deficit. And if it's not corrected, then prices are just going to go up, because when there is a big demand and there's a very small supply, if I have 5 pieces of sugar to sell and one starts bidding, a buyer starts outbidding the other, what am I going to do? Right? I'll sell it to the highest bidder. Here, I have one. Who wants it?
And that's correct. Okay, pero yun lang, no? An observation that even without SO4, we are still surviving the sugar emergency situation, and the price of sugar accessible before at 110 pesos per kilo is now accessible at 70 pesos per kilo. Medyo mapapakamo tayo ng ulo doon actually, unless you're telling me that this is a very artificial situation. But the information I get is that kahit yung nagbebenta ngayon ng 70 pesos per kilo ay hindi nag-aabono kung monti lang ang kanyang kita. So that means before, grabe pala ang pagpiga sa ating mga consumer at buyers at 110 pesos per kilo. Ngayon, sa sagot ni Senator Cynthia Villar na importers ang malaking kinikita, that's why importante siguro yung listahan unless na-submit na from the SRA on who are these privileged few who can actually import sugar because of permits and licenses issued by the SRA. Kasi kung if we look at them as a group, kunyari, ilan lang po yan, kunyari 30 or 50 sila, these are the people who have practically the monopoly of importing sugar. So may I get some, sino na ba ngayon ang new SRA administrator? Kasi tanong tayo ng tanong kay Engineer Serapika.
Apparently, all the new appointees got infected with COVID.
Andito naman si Deputy, sir. Sige, si Deputy na lang.
But they're virtually present, except for one. So, Deputy?
Si Deputy na lang, mas matagal na rin siya.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Ilan kung paulit-ulit na itong tanong, just forgive me, pero ilan po yung ating importers?
So it would depend on the importation program. Now in SO3, I think there are 30 and 60 for butters and premium. But this representation, sir, would like to, in representation also the new members of the Sugar Board by virtue of an authority to attend this hearing, I shall furnish this committee, sir, of the list of importers as requested, sir.
Pero walang 100 yan, ano?
Uh,
On a per sugar importation plan, walang 100 yan, ano? Wala, no?
None, sir.
So it's a privileged few. And paulit-ulit ang mga pangalan yan, siguro.
We will verify, sir.
Hindi mo pa napansin? Ilang years ka na sa SRA?
I mean 8 years, sir, but
Oh,
the
as a 8
importation, the importation, sir, because there is a regular importation and there is what we call the regular importation for custom-bodied warehouse, sir. It's a separate program aside from the regular importation.
Ulit-ulit, there's a regular importation.
On CBW, sir, and food manufacturing, 270,000 metric tons, sir, in a year.
And then what is the other, how do you call the other kind of importation?
That's the importation, sir, as the board would determine the gap or the deficit in the supply.
That is in the sugar orders naman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, pero siyempre, may idea ka na yung sino yung nabigyan ng license sa regular importation at saka sa sugar order importations, common names.
Yes, sir. We shall provide, sir, this committee with the
Tama, hindi ko pa nakikita, pero alam mo, common name. Siyempre, because they develop expertise dan sa negosyo. Negosyo yan eh.
Yes, sir.
So we need to know, Mr. Chairman, so we thank Attorney Tihida for his commitment to submit to the committee names of the corporations, and of course, when they apply, they also revealed the individuals or the personalities behind the corporations, the human beings ba, di ba? So pakibigay na rin sa amin yung basic information, sino yung, hindi lang yung korporasyon, but sino yung people behind this.
Well, as this committee would intend, sir, the documents will be readily be made available.
Thank you very much. Kasi these are the privileged few eh. Practically, monopoly power yan sila, mga not more than 60 lang, 60 entities lang nga eh. Yes. So, yun lang po. Nagpapanik kasi ako, Mr. Chairman, sa countdown natin. So, yung in aid of legislation sana, ayusin natin itong SRA kasi it's worth saving. At saka yung expertise na na-develop na ito eh. At saka the regulation, I think the commodity, the trading in sugar still needs to be regulated or highly regulated unless there is a contrary opinion from our resource persons. Is there any from our resource persons that we need to release sugar from this regulation? Wala. But Attorney Santos, why you were raising your hand pala? A different topic? Yes, sir.
Regarding the Senate Minority Leader's observation earlier regarding the need to examine the sugar board, the composition of the sugar board. And just like the sugar board is even number, there are 4. Usually it's odd number, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15. And secondly, even in private sector, in ordinary corporations, the minimum number of board of directors is 5 and the maximum is 15. Unlike in the sugar board, they only have 4. So that is for the consideration of the...
Thank you, sir. Actually, yung aming pinag-iisipan ng amendment is we will enlarge the representation in the board and make it an odd number. So thank you for that. Marami pa sana tayong tanong, pero kay ES, tsaka, well, anyway, Mr. Chairman. Ano?
Yes, I have some quick administrative matters with the permission. One, we have here in our midst a certain John Paul Antes. 2 days, 2 hearings na siya dito. Can you be here so that we can expedite this? You have taken your oath. Can you be seated? Less than 2 minutes lang to. Mr. John Paul Antes, you have executed a sworn statement before. Can that be flashed on the screen? You are Mr. John Paul Antes. You are a senior sugar production and regulation officer. Yes, nag-oath ka na? Not yet.
Not yet, sir.
Not yet. Oh, administer the oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there is flashed on the screen a document entitled Sworn Statement. Do you recognize this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa'yo ba yan?
Yes, my sworn statement.
Ikaw ang gumawa niyan?
Yes, sir. Ako, sir, ang personally gumawa.
Freely, voluntarily?
freely and voluntarily, Your Honor.
So what about the contents? Ano, tungkol saan ba yan? Ano natatandaan mo dyan sa ginawa mong sworn statement na yan? Dated August ano ba to? August 10 o August 19, 2022.
It's about, sir, na I'm assigned or I have additional assignment to the Office of the Sugar Board Secretary, aside from being the Senior Sugar Production and Regulation Officer.
So the sworn statement is about your functions. Medyo maliit dito kaya hindi nababasa ng iba. Gusto ko na lang tapusin ito para tapos na rin yung presence mo kasi ilang araw ka na nandito. So nakalagay dito yung mga functions mo, additional assignments by virtue of Special Order number 38. And apparently, ikaw ang tiga-ikot ng mga pipirmahan, including SO4. Ikaw yung tiga-referendum, ibig ko sabihin. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Sa nakita mo dito, itong affidavit mo, sworn statement, it has not been changed or modified at all. That's the same, right?
Yes, sir.
As you executed it. So, dito sa trabaho mo, you were the one who routed the draft SO number 4. Sa SO number 3, ikaw din ba yun? Ikaw tiga-ikot talaga ng ganito?
Yes, sir. But regarding the mga board resolutions.
So ikaw ang pinagkakatiwalaan. SRA administrator. Sino yon? Who is that SRA administrator?
Your Honor, the former administrator.
Serafika, who is here present to facilitate within the day the referendum on the loan agenda. So there is an urgency here within the day, quote unquote. So minadali ka. Sinabihan ka ba? Tapusin mo na to, bata, para mamayang hapon, pirmado na to. When was this? August 8? Or August 9?
August 8, sir.
August 8. So, bago-bago lang. Ilang araw pa lang nakakalipas. So, ginawa mo to within the day.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, yung narinig mo yung mga tanong ko kay Attorney Beltran, yung mga tanong ko dun sa iba na ikaw pala yung route nito. Are you authorized to affix electronic signatures?
Your Honor, hindi po ako yung nag-affix ng signature po nila. I emailed them informing, requesting for their e-signature. May sarili po sila mga board staff, Your Honor.
And then if you get the concurrence, you affix the e-signature in coordination with the staff.
Sir, wala po, sir. For the record, sir, wala po akong ina-affix na e-signature. I'm not authorized. I'm just email them the draft board resolutions, and upon their approval, their board staff will be the one who are going to affix their e-signatures.
Again, you were the one pivotal, vital in securing all the signatures through the urging of then Administrator Serafika. That's my last question. Tama ba yan?
Yes, sir, because I'm the one who emailed the former board members.
You affirm the contents, again, of the sworn statement.
Yes, sir, I'm affirming my sworn statement.
So, Mr. Secretary, can you make this part of the exhibits coming from the SRA? And for administrative purposes, let's do it this way. For all the exhibits coming from SRA, we mark it A-1 consecutively. For all exhibits emanating from other government offices, including the Office of the Executive Secretary, the PITC, etc., including the Philippine Sugar Millers, other associations, etc., we mark it C-1 consecutively. Comsec, can you do that?
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that.
I think, Mr. Antes, I'm done with you unless my colleague, the Honorable Minority Leader, has some other questions concerning your sworn statement. So, Senator Pimentel, no questions for this witness. You are excused. Thank you, Mr. Antes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think I will now go, with the permission of the Honorable Minority Leader, I will go to two sugar importers. San Fernando Area Commercial Inc. This is the representative here. San Fernando Commercial Inc. Kanina nag-present yan, Comsec? Is San Fernando Commercial Inc. present? Ito yung Commissioner, Commissioner of Customs. Isa to sa mga binisita nyo, San Fernando Commercial Inc. San Fernando Eric Commercial Inc. Saan to located?
Your Honor, let me check my notes, Your Honor.
Before you answer, is Delmax Corporation likewise present in this room? Can they be invited next hearing? Commissioner, are you familiar with Delmax Corporation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kailan nyo po ito binisita?
Let me check my records, Your Honor. I do not have the.
So the reason why I am asking this, for the record, and I asked this 2 hours ago, Mr. Commissioner. Ang tanong ko sa iyo kanina, pag nag-import ba, at alam niyo yung mga papeles nito, dadaan lahat sa inyo to, pag halimbawa po ba ang in-import, ang allowable importation quota is 5,000, tapos yung in-import ay 7,000, how do you treat the excess importation of 2,000? If that's in metric tons, if that's in sugar, or whatever item, if it's no longer allowed? Is that smuggled? Is that confiscatable? Is that subject to seizure?
Yes.
Or what? Anong tawag po doon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you educate
excess,
this committee? Can you edify us?
the excess of the MAB, Your Honor, is already unauthorized, Your Honor.
Refer to maximum allowable.
The minimum access volume, Your Honor.
Can you proceed before I interrupt?
Anything in excess of the MAB, Your Honor, is already unauthorized, Your Honor.
What will happen to the excess of the unauthorized?
It will be confiscated, Your Honor.
And how is it treated? Is it transferred to a separate bonded warehouse? Is it sold through public auction? Is it since this is, if it involves a perishable item, is it subject to sale or what happens?
It is subject to auction, Your Honor.
So the reason why I stated that is based on our records. Can you flash that on the screen? The released items coming from SRA. Pasensya ka na, Commissioner, wala yung mga ibang colleagues ko rito meeting sa DFA. So I have to take the cudgels for all of them except for the minority leader. So you look at this. San Fernando Area Commercial Inc., which we will be inviting next hearing, was able to import 19,000 to 177,000 blah plus. The same is true with Delmax Corporation, and we're referring to sugar, 16,000, 399,600, when the maximum allowable importation for an industrial sugar trader should just be 15,000 metric tons. So meron tayo kagad excess na 14,000. My mathematics colleague is here. Sobra, kahit sa Delmax, sobra ng 1,600. What happened to this? You have the dates, you have the numbers, may dates yan, and you have the figures. Saan napunta yung excess nitong asukal na ito? Ito ba'y binenta? Ito ba'y sinira? Ito ba'y pinakain sa langgam? Saan ito napunta?
Sir, we have to check their MAV based on our data on hand, sir. If they have already reached their allocation, sir.
Yours came from the SRA. So I can also ask Administrator Serafica, this happened during your term. Ano po ang, ayan po yung mga importer. Ayan din yung mga sugar type. Administrator Serafica, ano po ang, bakit ito sobra? Di ba ang kanilang pwede lang i-import ay 15,000 metric tons? Bakit si Delmax ay 16,000 na plus si San Fernando ay 19 at ito pong dalawang ito, Commissioner, going back to you, ay kasama doon sa mga na-bisita nyo. Kamakailan lang. Kanina ka, pasensya na, kanina ka pa tumitingin sa records nyo. Siguro, pinakamatagal niyan 2 weeks ago. So, tanongin ko si Administrator si Rafica, bakit po lumampas ito? Sa halip na 15,000 ay 19,000 na. Ano pong dahilan yan?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I think I leave it to the Deputy Administrator for the latest figures.
So, Deputy Administrator, bakit po sumobra? Kasi alam naman natin na may cap. Merong hanggang doon lang. Tapos sumobra siya.
Yes, Your Honor. We may inquire, Your Honor, if this is 19,000 metric tons. 19,000 metric tons.
19,000 metric tons.
In total, okay. Your Honor,
Yes, but the limit, the maximum, is just 15,000 metric tons.
Yeah, it could happen, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, that these importers could import for itself or for another industrial, if that is the case. Because upon checking with our licensing and monitoring division, Your Honor, there is no excess of the allocated volume for these individual importers. So it could be that one of these two importers have their own, or the two have their own allocation for themselves, then they also imported in the name of the industrial, which was allowed under Sugar Order Number 3.
So how will Bureau of Customs determine which is which if it is contained in just one bill of lading, if it is contained in one importation document? Paano makikita ni Bureau of Customs? Kasi sabi niya kanina, nakarating na kami sa auction, nakarating na kami sa confiscation, seizure. Paano niya madidetermine yung, these are all the same. Sugar ito, hindi naman to gaya ng other materials na sapatos, o iba yung sapatos, iba yung damit. They all, they can be commingled, they are perishable. So how will Bureau of Customs, except for a shipping document, which probably might contain the entire, this is one shipping transaction, 19,277. Hindi ito separate na 15,000 yung isa, ganon. So, for administrative efficiency, how will the Bureau of Customs determine that? How will the Bureau of Customs likewise pursue that in terms of the appropriate fees, charges, wharfage fees, venue, taxes, etc., etc. Di ba magulo?
Yes, Your Honor. The process will be, sir, that when these sugar are set to arrive, these are being cleared by the Sugar Regulatory Administration, and we furnish the Bureau of Customs a copy of that clearance for release of imported goods.
That is related to the question previously of my, I forgot the name, either Senator Tulfo or Senator JB and Senator Pimentel, that you should furnish this committee with a list, 60 ang sinabi ni Senator Pimentel, of all duly registered sugar traders. So, malalaman natin yun ilan yung na-import na nila. Baka sumobra na. You're just saying from your recollection, but we're looking at what is provided for the MAB. We're looking at the records coming from your office. Ay mukhang sobra. Pag tinignan pa natin yung iba, baka meron ding sumobra. Kaya, hindi kaya pwedeng lumabas na sa dinami-dami ng na-import. Bakit nagtatanong yung iba nating mga consumer, meron pa rin tayong shortage. Ito na nga, sobra na nga ito. Ba't nagkulang pa? Diba? Tingnan mo, 15,000, naging 19,000 siya. Sobra na yung inangkat niya, and yet, we feel the pinch, quote-unquote, of a shortage. Kaya balik ulit dun sa shortage. Is there a shortage? Pero ito, sobra. Sobra yung, sa inyo galing yan hindi sa amin yan Sumobra yung na-import. Ganon din siguro yung nangyari sa Subic, na hindi pa na ibababa sa, Commissioner, hindi pa na ibababa sa barko?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Hindi pa na ilalagay sa warehouse yun.
Not yet, Your Honor.
Tatama na naman ng bagyo, baka ma-apektuhan pa yun. So, how do we reconcile all of these figures na in excess, sabi niyo baka meron pang, can you pure, so that we can all reconcile all of this? Baka, halimbawa, baka yung 3, how much sugar order 3? 200,000?
200,000 metric tons refined sugar, Your Honor.
Ilan na?
200,000
200.
refined
Baka
sugar.
pag in-add natin, baka naging 250 na yon. Di ba? Baka sumobra na. And yet, merong kulang. Mr. Senator Pimentel, I am really at a loss. You are more proficient in mathematics, but my little experience with algebra would let me wander in uncharted space. So, salamat, Mr. Deputy Administrator. But for the next hearing, provide us with more accurate figures as well as the list of all duly registered industrial sugar traders. We expect that from you. And then the same is true with the good commissioner. Ilan na yung na-zist, ilan na yung na-auction, ilan na yung na-confiscate, ilan na yung na-meted out ng fine. Senator Pimentel, you have something
Yes,
to
Your
say?
Honor.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Siguro dadaanan lang namin ng staff ko to kasi we have to get the domestic production of sugar. Then we call that raw sugar, di ba? Tama ba yun? Correct my terms, ha? Please, nodding na lang, through nodding. I'm just looking at Engineer Serapica kasi he's considered expert na yan. And from the domestic production would come our domestic production of refined sugar. Di ba? Yun. Domestic. Doon siya magagaling. Correct or not correct? Mr. Serapica?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Correct, di ba? Okay, so, and then, so yun yung ating total Philippine domestic production na. Yun. Hindi lalampas si production of refined sugar sa production of raw sugar. Tama? Logical? Okay, so, okay, tapos you have this 175,000 metric tons monthly demand for raw? Is that raw? Raw. And then 85,000 metric tons for monthly for refined is the demand. Yan. Okay. So, babanggain lang natin yan. That would now be our need to import. Dalawang categories pa rin. Pwede pa, tama, our importation is dalawang categories pa rin, of raw and also of refined. Is that correct, Engineer Serapica?
Yes po.
Sige.
Yes, Your Honor.
So yon. And then, as I understand it, you put an allowance. So it's not purely ima-minus lang, right? Domestic demand, annual, i-annualize ko lang annualized domestic demand for the two categories minus annualized domestic production would be our importation plan. But do you add something there as parang buffer stock?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the formula for that buffer stock?
It boils down to the carryover of the preceding crop year. In this case, the carryover, meaning the ending balance of the last crop year, will be carried over to the new season. So if we take a look on the first 3 months, usually we do not get enough raw production because the mills are just starting to build up the raws. So it's critical in this case of putting a buffer stock. The comfortable buffer stock is between 200 to 250,000 metric tons.
Oo nga. So yun na nga. So you have a theoretically, yan yung nasa mind ninyo. And then you look at the carryover, kunyari, lagyan natin sa 100 lang yung carryover. So yung balance, 250,000 metric tons minus 100,000 metric tons sa carryover, that's 150,000 metric tons. You add that to the importation plan. That would now be the annualized importation plan for the next crop year. Tama? As I understand it?
Yes.
Okay. Ito lang yung concern ko eh. Yung carryover natin, every crop year is a combination of domestic production and imported sugar. Is that correct, Mr. Vaca?
Yes, although it is segregated, what is domestically produced and the importation, but still, at the end of the day, that will be part of the inventory for the entire, let's say, refined sugar in this case.
Hindi, ang aking kasing concern nga, ang ating ang point is, kulang na nga si domestic production sa domestic demand. Kulang na yun, di ba? Bakit hindi na, yun lang concern, bakit hindi na natin inuubos? Dapat ubusin si domestic production of both raw and refined. Dapat zero nga carry over dun eh. Sa column na yun on domestic, zero yun. Because you need the help of foreign countries to satisfy the demand because domestic cannot satisfy domestic demand. Domestic production cannot satisfy domestic demand. So sana ganon, na inuubos muna natin ang domestic supply. Dapat benta lahat yan. I mean, is there something wrong with that kind of theory or theoretical approach?
Your Honor, it needs planning and anticipation because it's not that easy or quick to bring in imported sugar. Minimum is 3 weeks to 4 weeks to bring in imported sugar, considering all the logistical and the challenges within the Asian sugar-producing countries, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, all the more, dapat ubos si domestic supply. Doon lang ako nagtataka eh. I saw your mga crop year reports, meron kayong carry over na domestic supply. I mean, I find it illogical that there is a, we say from the very start, our assumption is domestic demand far exceeds domestic production or domestic supply. And yet, at the end of a crop year, we have a carryover report coming from domestic supply. What is the explanation there? Bakit hindi ubos? Bakit hindi naubos si domestic supply? Engineer Serapica, Attorney Tejida, yung mga 5 years and above na sa SRA, help me understand. Obrigado. Sige.
Recognize, Mr. Lobregat.
Yes,
You will
sector.
answer on behalf of the private sector.
Private sector, yes.
Not in behalf of the SRA.
Not in the SRA. I answer on behalf of my personal knowledge. In the months of September, October, November, this is only when the milling season starts, right? The production, for example, and this year they started in August, 1 month earlier, which is not ideal.
Mr. Lobregat, before you proceed,
Yes.
the indulgence of Senator Pimentel, I'd like to excuse the lady from PITC. I think you have a meeting. The committee excuses you right now.
Sure, thank you. Like I said, in the beginning of the year, we need that buffer stock to carry us over into September, October, November, because the production is very low. They started this year, August. For the first 3 weeks of August, the production has only been 10,000 tons, right? If let's assume that the average requirement is about 170, 180, you can see how big a deficit that is. In September, it goes up. We don't know, depending on the weather, but it's usually still rainy. And October and November, more or less, it's about even, but that's why it's important to have a carryover. And this was foreseen. That is why the necessity of an importation to make sure that there was a buffer stock. This is different from the pipeline. The buffer stock, of course, is what usually comes from mills and refineries, what they still have for sale, right? But that is why it is necessary to maintain that buffer stock, because in the first few months of the new crop, the production is not as high as it as in later months when you have the peak of production, because later, during the peak, you can hit 400,000 tons in 1 month. So I hope that explains, make it run out of gas and then walk to the gas station. I suppose
Yes, sir.
it's about
Ito lang, hindi natin pinag-usapan yung buffer stock. Actually, meron talagang buffer stock. But the buffer stock should be composed of already imported sugar. Kasi kung domestic, yun, ubos dapat yun eh. Yun na yung tanong ko eh. Nakasegregate kasi. Am I right, Engineer Serafica, sa data ninyo, nakasegregate yung carryover eh. Domestic and then imported. Ang question ko, how come sa carryover and the may laman si domestic? So, sa crop year, hindi na ubos si domestic. When it's supposed to be, ubos siya dahil domestic production cannot satisfy domestic demand. Can I get the SRAs, yung mga more than 5 years na si SRA? Kasi you prepare the reports eh. Unless you've not seen the table that we have examined, which came from the SRA presentation.
In this case, the actual production is very much dependent, as explained earlier by Mr. Lubricat. We are weather dependent. Like, for example, he mentioned that there are some mills who started, instead of starting September, they opted to start August, hoping that there will be more sugar. But apparently, when you start as early than usual, it's either you have leftover canes, large canes, or young canes. So definitely, the recovery is not that high. So if we say that milling has started, but the recovery rate is not there yet, what is standard in a bags per ton cane of sugar. Now, as we progress in our milling season, the recovery rate will improve, as the farmers will be milling matured canes and better quality canes. So hence, the production level is still very critical in the first 3 months of the start of the crop year.
Sige, sir. Sige, sir. At any rate, we will just go over the papers. Parang hindi tayo nagkakaintindihan eh. Pero anyway, I was handed documents of a case number MPDC 2022-0001. So nakasuhan pa pala kayo, Yusek Sebastian, Admin Serafica, Attorney Beltran, and Mr. Valderrama. Kinasuhan pa pala kayo because of SO4. So balik nga ako sa point ko kanina. Ang laki ng implication eh. How come hindi kayo nagtiyaga to get the official reaction or position of the President himself as Acting Secretary of Agriculture and Chairman of the Board of SRA? You can, sabi nyo, you send text messages. How about a personal visit to DES every day if it is that important? Ang laki ng implications, sir. Ako nung binabasa ko yung basic facts eh. Nung you took the risk na ma-reverse kayo. Nung re-reverse kayo, disapproved, tawag-tawag, do not take it down sa website, call UP Law Center, do not publish, and then you face a case. So the consequences are too grave for you not to have, gotten the prior approval and consent of your chairman. So, balik ako sa question ko, why did you do it? Yes, Yusek Sebastian, you're still undersecretary ngayon, di ba? Because your resignation has not been accepted?
That's my understanding now,
correct, okay.
Your Honor. But when Secretary Trixie announced that I've resigned, I thought it was already accepted at that time, Your Honor.
Sige. Okay, anyway, hindi ka pa rin sure. Kasi sir, ganito tingnan mo, sir, bago kayo sumagot all for you, four of you. Ang bigat ng ang bigat ng Ang bigat kasi ng implication eh. Ang cost sa inyo, ang bigat eh. I mean, tignan mo to sir, from the executive secretary, part of his testimony before this committee. I confront, on August 23, 2022, I confronted Yusek Leo Sebastian and asked him why he did such a thing behind the president's back without the president's knowledge, and in an unfair and dishonorable way. Grabe po ang pag-disown actually sa SO4. So, I mean, did you not even entertain this scenario na ganyan kagrabe ang pag-disown sa SO4? Yes, Yusek Sebastian.
Yes, Your Honor. You must remember that I was issued a memorandum July 15, 2022, Your Honor. So that gave me the authority to sit in the SRA board as ex officio. And at the same time, I was also authorized to sign various documents, Your Honor. And even in that memo, there is a provision there that all our actions are considered regular unless reprobated or disapproved by the President, Your Honor. And then with the situation, that's as also explained by Mr. Lobregat here, on the sugar supply situation during that time, Your Honor, you can just imagine if you are sitting in the Department of Agriculture and the pressure is there for you to act. And in our discussion with the President, he also recognized that there's a need to take fast actions. That we need to act fast. That was from the President, Your Honor, that to find some solution to this sugar supply problem. So, for example, Your Honor, the reclassification was prioritized, but the reclassification is just from reserve to domestic use. Then after that, he also asked Administrator Sarapica to start preparing the sugar importation plan or program, Your Honor. So there are events. The consultation was also in the process during that time, much delayed as what Mr. Lobregat has been saying here. It was supposed to be even after the election, but it was already delayed. So all these things are pressuring. The consultation was going on. Then the consultation result came up. And this was discussed, Your Honor, by Administrator Sarapica during their meeting with Board Member Balderrama and the President and ES. And as also mentioned by Board Member Beltran, he was not able to join, but he also had some of those discussions. So all these compounding circumstances, Your Honor, are I'm also considering that, Your Honor, when all these things came finally, that we need to act and probably do and did the referendum, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Okay yun. Okay lang yun kasi act fast. So you had a plan and then you had a draft SO. You signed the draft SO. Pwede nyo hold in abeyance yun eh. Pagka binigyan na kayo sana ng clearance. Ako nalulungkot lang po ako sa developments for you, no? Sa inyong apat, actually, na kinasuhan pa kayo. Imagine mo yun. I mean, the sugar order number 4 could be signed and ready to be released upon approval of the President. You sought the approval of the President. Hindi mo lang pinurso eh. Hindi mo lang pinurso text, and then hindi sinagot yung text. Tatanong natin kay ES yun, bakit hindi niya sinagot yung text? Hindi nyo lang po talaga pinurso and then ginawa nyo ng official yung SO4 by making it, publicizing it. Releasing it to the public. Doon lang po ako talaga nagtataka kasi ang balik sa inyo napakabigat eh. I mean, if you heard the speech of the Senate President, meron pang allegation eh nang hindi ka nais-nais eh. Kaya nga sabi ko nga, you should welcome actually this hearing for a chance because this will give you the chance to clear your names. Yun po ang nangyari. Ang bigat, hindi ko talaga maintindihan, sir eh. But alam nyo, Yusek Sebastian, na mabigat ang implication ng SO4. Because you sought nga the end of the president, but you did not follow through.
Yes, Sir Rodor, that's why when I reported the result of the referendum to him and he disapproved it, I also immediately informed Administrator Serapica to recall.
Pero official
order.
na po eh.
Yes, sir.
Ano lang po yun, you were just remedying the situation, but you officially released it now as your decision, as your resolution. Kasi pagbasa ko, nasa UP Law Center na nga for publication as an administrative ruling yun or admissive issuance eh.
It was recalled, Your Honor.
Yes, I know, but ando na. From your point of view, yun na, go na. So that is the unfortunate incident, and that's why we are here, and you're facing cases, and the denunciation of your acts is so painful, so hurtful, yung mga words na ginagamit. So please, this is your chance. I don't know how many hearings pa po tayo. All the four of you, we'd like to hear from you yung decision-making process. Ano ba yung signals? That's the word now used by the Yusek Sebastian. Ano ba yung signals na binigay sa inyo? Yung mga ganon. Kasi actually ako ano ko sa inyo, naawa ko sa inyo dahil, well, I don't know if this is we can charge this to birth pains ng new administration na konting hindi maganda ang inyong coordination. Pero nangyari na po ito, no? And this is now going to be a blot on your service to the government. Just defend yourself and take the opportunity while hearing pa po itong committee ito before we make the committee report. Give us your version and defend yourselves from these grave allegations. Well, sana kung dito si ES, tatanungin ko nga yung July 15 memorandum. Ano ba kasi, that was specifically addressed to you, Yusek Sebastian. That's only for you. So, interpret natin yung document na yon when they were drafting it, si ES, ano ba yung nasa mind din niya, no? Ano nasa isip niya. Pero offhand, ako kasi, I mean, if I were given that July 15 memorandum, but the subject matter is as grave as this SO number 4, I think I would really have gotten the prior express approval of the President. You may have signed some internal memo, some reorganization of the DA without getting the express approval of the President. Iba po yun. That's on a different level than compared to SO number 4. Any reaction from you, Sebastian?
Your Honor, I was just, as I said a while ago, I was operating on that, based on that memo on July 15, 2022, Your Honor. And with good intent, I executed, I signed that SO, Your Honor. But only after also, remember, Your Honor, it's a board resolution. It's not my own decision. There were already 3 board members who voted. And to make that resolution effective, it has to be a majority of the members of the board, not just one person, Your Honor. So I could not have approved it myself alone. So beyond the process going through several steps before we went to the board, it is also a board majority that was already presented, Your Honor.
Oo nga, pero you could not argue that way sa principal mo. Di ba? You answer for your own signature. Ano, so sa principal mo, sir, nasway ako nung 3 eh. Ano, so, hindi dapat gano'n.
No, I was also convinced, Your Honor, by the data that was presented, as I have mentioned.
Kaya I know. You convinced ka nga, pumirma ka nga eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
You could have gotten the consent before signing. You could have gotten the consent after signing if you had made the signed SO number 4 as ano muna, as unofficial muna. Ganun sana. You could have gotten it. But at any rate, ito lang din isa ko na yung observation, Mr. Chairman, yung mga sagot nila, marami akong narinig na sagot na akala namin inapprove na ni President Marcos kasi approved na yung 300,000 metric tons kaya nag-submit din kami ng favorable recommendation. Tapos nung nalaman, tapos ano ibig sabihin nung nalaman na hindi approve, biglang bago ihip ng hangin. Sana yung SRA or lahat ng mga collegial bodies na binubuo ng gobyerno, precisely forum yan eh. Forum or a venue where you can express a contrary point of view or other points of view or other opinions. Diba? Then welcome po ang ano dyan. Welcome po dyan ang dissenting opinion. Welcome po dyan ang I disagree, I dissent. Welcome po dyan. Hindi dapat yung attitude natin na I approve. Paano pala kung the figures lead you to conclude lead you to a different conclusion? Diba? Express your different conclusion, your different position. Yun po sana, narinig ko lang sa first hearing natin na ganun yung mga reasoning nila. Medyo nasisira ang collegiate nature of the body, nasisira ang purpose ng consultation of the stakeholders. Sira kasi sasabihin ng stakeholders, ang pagkasabi sa amin, gusto na ng presidente, kaya pabor na rin kami. So, sayang. I mean, what is the purpose of consulting stakeholders? Precisely, para makapagsabi nga sila ng what is the true situation. So, okay, so let us, lesson na lang ito for everybody. Ulitin ko, I'm sad for the four of you. You can defend yourselves in the other fora, but take advantage while we have this hearing to also defend yourselves and let your decision-making process be known to the members of this committee so that we can really understand your point of view. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Minority Leader, I think we have to attend to Senate plenary, and we're now nearing the end, perhaps reaching the light at the end of the tunnel. We'll still have a hearing. The committee secretary is directed to invite those who fail to attend today, principally those coming from the private sector and some the new members of the board and the other resource persons mentioned hours before. So without objection on the part of my colleagues, this Senate, the resource persons.